Okay, both mics are on. Ready? Steady, go. Morning. Mic check, mic check. Morning. How are you? Pleasant good morning. That sounds good. Testing, testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. 16, 21, 84, 18, 19, 45, 90, 180, 360, 10, 5, 4, 18, 2, 4. So, pleasant good morning to one and all. Welcome to the Central Broad Park. This is, of course, the city of Lauderhill, and we're in the state of Florida. And we are here with the Sister Mortgage USA Women's National Championship, the last of the T20s. The teams are warming up. The western side is hosting the team from the west, and the eastern side is hosting the side from the east. So east, as far as it gets from west, 16. And according to the umpires, we should be having a 10:30 start. So let me turn this one off, right? Testing 1, 2, 3. Happy Sunday morning. Happy Sunday morning to one and all. Welcome. We're in the state of Florida. Sun is not shining. Slightly overcast condition on the northern side and on the northeast of the ground. The west is looking extremely well. How does that sound? Good? All right. Make sure that I'm on. You hear me now? You hear me now? Am I on? Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. So pleasant good morning to one and all. Welcome to the Central Broward Park. We're going to witness the final of the T20 game between East and West of the Sistar Mortgage USA Cricket Women's National Championship. And Tadani's opening the bowling from the southern end. And of course, that first delivery to Dishra Dhingra is wide outside the line of the off stump. The signal comes in from the umpire. So it is 1 without loss. Umpire Lindu and Udin. Tadani to Dhingra. Pushed out into the offside. And they feel it didn't get no run. So the West would have won the toss and decided to field. So Sahani Tadani in operation from the southern end. So there's a slip, there's a point, cover, extra cover. She begins to move in from the southern end. Pass the umpire ball to Dhingra and pushed out into the back of the square, short back of the square position, just to the right of the square leg umpire. And they can get no run. So Dhingra remains a naught. Grunny at the non-strikers, and she also is a naught. And we're into the first over. Push back along the track, beats Tadani, the bowler. So Dhingra is off the mark. She's on 1. It is 2 without loss. And of course, Dishra Dhingra, she's only 14 years old. So if you're just tuning in, you're live. We're here at the Central Broward Park here in sunny South Florida. Not much of a sun so far today. So the field is being adjusted for Grunny. As we watch now, Tadani just about to run up to her ball and pass the umpire just about now. Goes to Grunny. Grunny back into the hands and out of the hand of the bowler. Very scary moment there. That almost played off the bat with lots of authority. So there's a slip. There's a point, cover, extra cover. There's a mid-off, mid-on. So short mid-wicket. Back of the square. Of course, we're into the power bat. We're into the power play. So total remains on 2 without loss. As you watch Tadani pass the umpire balls to Grunny. Grunny gets a little rip, slapped it out towards cover. They're gone for 1. They're going to come back for run number 2 as the return comes in at the non-striker's end. But that before the batters completed run number 2. So it is 5-4. It is without loss. East after being asked to bat by the West. And the East opening their batting lineup with 2 openers, Grunny and Dhingra. We're just seen the completion of over number 2. So we'll get the name of that, the bowler who will be bowling from the northern end. So for Dingra, there's a slip, there's a point, it's a cover, extra cover, it's a mid-off, mid-on, a backward or square, a short, fine leg, and the mid-wicket. So that first delivery from Sneaker Paul played out into the offside, and Dingra can get no run. Total remains on 4 without loss. Sneaker Paul in operation from the northern end begins moving past umpire Lindo just about now. Bowls to Dingra, pushed out into the offside. Looks like Bogle. Total remains on 4 without loss. And we're in over number 2. Full length delivery. Again pushed out into the outside, and again they can't score. So Dingra, the 14-year-old, looking extremely well so far. It is early days yet, and we're into over number 2. Being bowled by Nick Paul. Right arm over the wicket to bowl to Dingra. And Dingra is beat outside the line of the off stump. Ball drifting away just a trifle away from the right-hander. Gets a round of applause from the wicketkeeper. Pat Warden. Warden, wicketkeeper, giving the bowler Ned Paul a round of applause. Pushed out into the offside. We're into over number 2, and it is 4 runs on the board. 4 without loss. So we're the Sistar Mortgage USA Women's Cricket Nationals final, the final of the T20 competition, which the West leading quite handsomely. That delivery from Paul is looking to turn it into the onside. Is pitched down the leg side. So wide delivery signal and called by umpire Udin. Well, umpire have to get that right. I think they might have switched up on us. Paul will be outside the line of the off stump. Over comes to an end. So at the end of the second over, it is 4 without loss. It's 5 without loss, rather, after winning the toss and asking the East to bat. East, they're 5 without loss. That's the latest score here from the Central Broad Park. So Danny's going to continue, and this time she'll be bowling to Grunny. Here is Danny, right arm over the wicket, pass the umpire just about now. Both so Grunny's ball onto the front foot, plays out into the offside, and they can get no run. So the sun has left us momentarily. Dark conditions here at the Central Broward Park. And this competition, of course, is sponsored by Sisters Mortgage. As we watch the Danny right arm over runs away from us now, passing up by balls to Grunny, and Grunny slapped that out in towards the cover region. Can't score. The total remains on 5. And let me say a pleasant good morning to Julia Price. Welcome to the commentary box, Julia. Trusting.
Eddie, how are you?
I'm doing extremely well, Trust, and hope that you had a good night's rest and a pretty good breakfast this morning. Here is to Danny, and we're both to Grunny, and Grunny's brought onto the front foot once more, push it back towards the bowler, fields for own bowling, and they can't get no runs. The total remaining number on 5 without loss. Julia.
These two bowlers seems to have picked up exactly where they left off yesterday. Bang on, ball one. And they've really challenged them. What we've always liked about these bowlers is that they're not doing anything too fancy. They're just putting on a spot right at the stumps, a little bit of width there. Allowed Greeny to push forward, but doesn't get the single.
Putting the ball in the right areas. And I can't tell you how excited I am for you to join me in the commentary box because it gets lonely in here sometimes.
Well, we can't have that.
Absolutely not. The total remains on 5. So Danny begins to move in. Right arm over the wicket, runs away from us now. Past the umpire, goes to Grony. And Grony gets to the delivery that goes through her beat outside the line of the off stump. Looks like she was playing back a little. That delivery seems to have kept a bit low on its way to the wicketkeeper. No run. Total remains on 5 without loss. And we're into over number 3.
Slight delay to the start this morning. A little bit of lightning around. Sort of this pitch though is really holding together considering the number of games it's had on it.
I saw Kurt Graves doing some testing out there. A man of his caliber. That one is punched away out towards cover and into the boundary board for 4. So good shot there from Grony as the over comes to an end. And at the end of over number 3, the East, after being asked about Julia there, some 9 without loss?
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams in T20 game, they do prefer to know exactly what they're chasing down. So if they do win the toss, and Sindhu Srihasha has had a bad run of winning tosses, so she was extremely excited this morning when she got to pick exactly what she was going to be doing. So it does make it a little easier. Also, if there's a bit of weather around and you have to have that Duckworth-Lewis system comes into it, it does make it a little bit, probably more of an advantage. The perception is that, anyway, that the team batting second has more of a chance to win.
And that, of course, is the perception that goes around the cricketing world, particularly in T20s. Not so much in tests, but in T20s and one-days, the ODIs. Paul is going to continue. Dead ball signal by umpire Lynn. Delroy Lynn out of Jamaica, the land of wood and water. Looks like umpire Udin is at the square leg position. Hoping that I'm pronouncing his name correctly as we watch Paul begin to move in from the far end. And we now goes to Dengra. They pushed it out into the covers. As a 14-year-old in this competition, as a coach, what can you tell it not only to motivate her, but to keep her playing the game of cricket?
Well, it doesn't really take much, actually. A lot of these kids at this age are very, very keen and malleable, and makes them easy. They soak up any information. In fact, she texted me late last night as well just to find out how I think she's been going, and I really like her temperament. We saw her bat for a long period of time in the 50 over games. Just wait for this ball from Snig to Paul. Another one bang on, and she's taken a good quick single there from Dishadingra, and that was in fact one of the things I suggested with her was to really have a little more intent with looking for those singles, particularly down ground and taking on those mid-on and mid-off fielders. So great to see she's taken that on board already. But she did bat very well in the 50 over game, slightly lower on the strike rate percentages, but at the same time showed good temperament, didn't play too many rash shots. So what we do is we talk about those different gear shifts, and she stays in gear 1, so she's got to learn how and when to start shifting into that gear 2. But again, that's going to come with time. She's only 14. 14
years old. She played extremely straight, though. I haven't, as you mentioned, haven't played much rash shot, if any at all. And I haven't seen that so far from her, so that's a good thing. Brings Grony into strike. It is 9, should be 10 on the board. 10 without loss, and we're into the 4th over. Being bowled by Paul from the northern end. Passes umpire Lynn now on Ball to Grooney, pushes out into the cover region, and the batters can't score.
It'll be interesting to see how the East approached us today. I mean, they got pretty close in the first T20 and just didn't quite get there. Yesterday was a bit of a tight game, but they probably did it quite easily in the end, the West. So the fact that they've won the series now, there's a little bit of pride at stake now with for the East. And I'm wondering what lessons they learnt from yesterday. It's a good single.
You get the impression that the West would be looking to go for the sweep.
Oh, I think there's a definite they want to go for the sweep. But at the same time, I think the rivalry between these two teams, and they're only newly developed, I think it's just that natural geographical nature of the USA. You've got the East and West Coast rivalry, which happens in most countries, I'd imagine. So, yeah, they certainly want to have the wood over them. I was having a chat with Sindhu Shahasha last night. She was telling me about 5 or so years ago when they did a sort of version of this, the West have, demolished the East back then. She said it's really definitely changed. The East has really developed. It's a much tighter competition, and everyone has thoroughly enjoyed it because they know how hard it is to get the runs that you're coming by, and taking your wickets is vital. So they've all thoroughly enjoyed it.
And it doesn't only happen in cricket, it also happens in basketball and in baseball as well. The West always seems to be the strongest of the team. Paul on a win out to Grooney, pushed out into the onside. The bowler comes across field through own ball, and the over comes to an end. And at the end of the over, it is 11 without loss. He's been asked to bat first.
Yeah, it's good. They've changed their order around a little bit. Yesterday, Shabani Basker came in at the top of the order. I thought that was a slightly risky move with regards to the fact that she's probably their key batter, the one that's really going to be the accelerator and bring that team home. And I sort of think that 3-4 is probably the better place for her to be batting, just to lessen the risk of losing that really early wicket and then them being constantly on the back foot. So we've got the change of bowler now, and Isani Vagela. And
she bowled extremely well yesterday.
She did. She's been working pretty hard on her action. She's big feet. A few no balls every now and then, but at this end she's been quite good actually. She has great shape of the ball. Shapes away really late from the right-hander, which does make for a few decision-making errors from the batters. So it'd be good to see. We've also tried to work on just pulling back her length a little bit so that the batter is having to play it constantly on the up. And particularly with someone like Nadia Grooney, she's very strong through the covers on her front foot and loves a back foot shot. So you've really got to nail that back of a length to get her in some sort of indecisiveness in her shot making.
And listening to you talk about the text message, the conversation that you had with some of these players, it seems like the rapport between coaches and players seems to be very tight-knit.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what you really need to work on. It's important for the coach to have a good relationship with the players. There has to be that level of trust. They're going to be telling me all their fears and their hopes and dreams, and so you need to be able to trust that person. Big shot at the stumps. I think Dishadingra would have been back then, but good attack from Chetna Prasad there at mid-off. But there has to be that level of trust and understanding between the coach and the players, and particularly the coach and the captain, so that there's a really strong focus on the same messaging the whole way through the group. And they work hard, and we're working hard for them, and it's a very mutual relationship.
And it's good to trust the players, and the players trust the coach. So that's a wide delivery. Signal uncalled by the umpire.
Yeah, a little bit of a wild one. We've got Anika Kolan keeping today instead of Sindhu Shahasha, so she's another 14-year-old that's out there. She may have turned 15 by now, but either way, she's young. But she works a lot with Sindhu Shahasha in the Bay Area, and so now she's got her on a right shoulder at slip there. She'll be giving her a few tips, no doubt, but lucky for her to have such a great mentor so readily available to her. Nicely bowled there, and really nicely worked off her pads from Nadia Grooney, just for the one through mid-wicket. That was Dingra, apologies.
Seems to be batting extremely well. the young 14-year-old, playing straight two. Pretty much sure that the selectors looking with very keen eyes. Total goes up to 14 without loss. And we're into the fifth over.
What I like about Dinger is the lateness that she plays it with. She has good control right under her eyes. A little bit of width there from Vigella, but Grooney cannot beat Snigdha Paul, who's just a point there. As mentioned before, Grooney really likes to hit the ball nice and square. She has been working on playing nice and straight, particularly to mid-off and mid-on, and trying to get those singles forward of the wicket. But that's certainly her strength, is going square.
I witnessed that yesterday with the partnership there. This one is down the leg side, just drifting away. Signal comes in from the umpire. Every now and then you're going to have a ball, one or two deliveries down the leg side.
She gets a little carried away sometimes, a bit excited as Sunny, and just needs to finish her action and make sure she's really thinking about what she's doing at the crease and not worrying so much how quick she's bowling, where she's, what the batter's doing. It's about her understanding and controlling her processes. Much better there.
Lantern line. One is turned away down towards the mid-wicket region. They're gone for one. They're going to come back for run number two. That was pretty much always on. There was absolutely no doubt about that. But Dinger just wanted to make sure that Grooney, they were on the same page. And in the end, they get the second run. So it is 16 without loss. And they're motoring along.
Yeah, you can see a little hesitation there from Nadia Grooney. That's, again, another thing that we've been trying to work on. It's just that confidence and trust in your partner when they're calling you through. So these two wouldn't have batted together too often. And just slightly over pitch there from Vigella. And Grooney plays the same shot again. A little bit more conviction this time and gets through for the easy two.
It's easy said than done. Trusting your partner. Sometimes it's difficult to trust your partner. Sometimes you trust your partner, and in the end, particularly if you're going to the danger end and you get run out, you look back at your partner as if to say, I told you not to come back for run number two, or trying to take that cheapy single. So the over comes to an end at the end of over number 5, 19. It is without loss. The East being sent into bat by the West. And of course, Julia, with 2 T20 matches under their belt, the West will be looking to sweep the East. The East will be playing not only for pride, but their reputation, so to speak, is on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that there's good intent from the East this morning, and I'm really enjoying the way they're going about their batting. There's a real sort of shift in the way that they're doing things. Now we've had a change of bowler at the other end. It's Giovanna Aris from Seattle. We mentioned her yesterday, and I was very impressed with her. Quite a new player. I think she's 17, but quite a new player to the game, but a good, strong, tall athlete. And that's played nicely over the top by Disha Dinger again. Playing nice and straight, but good attacking play. And Grooney doesn't come back for the second. Probably fair enough as well. So a lovely shot on the up there by Dingra. Accelerating nicely. What we like about Giovanna Aris is she's got a really nice approach to the crease. She probably just slows down her momentum once she gets there. And again, that may be a little bit of a strength issue. We've got her involved in our programs now. That delivery stride through the crease puts a lot of strain on your body, and if your body's just not quite strong enough, you've got to do something to stabilise it. You can just see she slows down there, a fraction of the crease, playing across that Grooney, and she's being given LBW. Beautiful bowling there from Giovanna Aris, stump to stump. A little bit that back of a length that I was talking about with regards to Nadia Grooney. We know how strong she is on the back foot, square of the wicket, but that one just probably didn't get up as much as she was thinking. Playing that pull shot early, always a little risky, and she's been adjudged LBW. Grooney dismissed for 11.
And umpire Delroy Lynn wastes no time, no hesitation in putting that dreaded finger into the ear, one that Grooney didn't want to see. So Anika Wallison is the new batter. She comes to the crease to repair the damage that's been done. So it's 20 for 1 and we're into over number 6. So Wallison is the new batter. Umpire Delroy Lynn is the umpire at the far end. As we watch as Wallison takes a guard from the umpire. Oh, that was a slow delivery, back of a length delivery through the hands of the bowler.
A little bit lucky there from Monica Wallison. That he just got over the hands of the outstretching arms of Giovanna Aris. She's pretty tall as well, so chose the
I don't think
right
that she was
person to try and go over there.
I don't think that she was trying. I don't think that she was expecting that. But I don't think Wallison would say that she is lucky. I think she would tell you that she's blessed.
This is Shabani Basker, in fact, out there at the moment.
Oh, that's Basker.
That is Basker, yes, I know that. That on drive anyway. So number 3 is a pretty good spot for her as well. So she'll be a little heart and mouth after giving that half chance so early in her innings. She knows how crucial she is for the getting this 20 overs in at any sort of pace is to have Shabani Basker out there for them.
So Arias continue. Looking to sweep down the leg side. So wide delivery, signal and call by the umpire. Quite a number of players pretty much animated. They thought that she might have gotten a nick onto that with the bat, but not in the opinion of umpire Delroy Lynn. 21 it is for 1.
There certainly must have been some sort of noise because everyone did go up at once, but it may have just been her hitting the ground. It was a little bit of an awkward shot, a bit over pitched to try and play a sort of a crossbatty shot like that, although, as I've mentioned plenty of times before, Basker does have a very strong preference for that onside and very, very quick.
Let's see if she's been psychologically hurt by previous delivery. This one is pulled away. This will run away for 4 all along the ground. So, good shot. Nice delivery though. And Basker just pulled it out towards wide long on and into the boundary board for 4. 25 it is for the loss of 1.
This is where the different styles of different batters, it's important to be able to adapt. And ordinarily that was actually, it was a low full toss, but it was probably sort of the 4th stump, maybe 5th stump line, and she's dragged that to the onside, splitting mid-wicket and mid-on for a very sweetly timed 4. But ordinarily you would expect that people would be hitting that through the offside. So this is where you've really got to adjust your line. What are you going to do to Shabani Basker? Not as strong outside the off stump, so in fact you're trying to bowl a little bit wider to all the time.
Poses around the corner. Can't score. The over comes to an end. And at the end of the over, it's 25 for the loss of 1. East being asked to bat. So this, of course, Julia, this competition is sponsored by Sisters Mortgage.
Yeah, the whole competition, our domestic pathway, they've been fantastic coming on board and really supporting women's cricket and USA cricket, which is a big coup for everyone who's involved in the sport. That's the end of the power play. That's 1 for 25. We're slowly getting better and better with those power plays. Less wickets being lost and more runs being scored, which is always good for the batting team, not so good for the bowling team.
Not so good for the bowling team. You're correct with that. Bowling team want to keep them as low as they possibly can. But of course, it is cricket.
Change of bowler again. Yashadidi Teki replacing Vagella after a slightly expensive over from her, just going for 8 in the last over. Just a little right arm medium, gets them on the spot, tests them out.
I'm pretty much impressed so far with the young 14-year-old Dingra. Plays straight, doesn't seem to be bothered by whatever delivery or bowler comes into the attack. And look at her stance. She's been playing this game for 17 years or more. Good offer outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, a little fumble there from Anika Colin. Just sometimes easy just to get caught in watching the bat in front of your eyes and just getting distracted by that. It's so important to have such focus on the ball the whole way through and not allow whatever the batter's doing to get in your way.
And that's why I prefer bowling as opposed to be a wicket keeper. It's down the leg side, and then again it is signal and call wide by the umpire.
We've had probably more wides in these first 7 overs than we have for a fair chunk of the weekend. It's been excellent bowling by everyone, but it's been a pretty long week. It's been pretty humid, on and off. Lightning delays, rain delays.
Rain delays, all kinds of delays.
Absolutely. So a big week for the girls. 6 games in 6 days. So of both formats in 50 over and T20. So, but exciting that they've had so much cricket, and the competition's been pretty high quality as well.
And they're not done yet because you have the under 19 coming up on the 11 to the 13.
That's exactly right. Oh, a little inside edge there. Okay, unlucky. Good areas again from Teki. Yeah, the under 19s will be really exciting. We haven't had that competition before. So they've got 4 T20s next week. Quite a few of these girls that are out there at the moment will be staying on just to test themselves out against their own peer group. See if they can dominate. But it's pretty exciting. You have to be 15 to be playing in this competition here today. So we've got quite a few little 13 and 14-year-olds that are just their skill level is just mind-blowing. So looking forward to seeing them play.
She's playing so straight. The return comes in, and good coordination between these two thus far, between the stumps. Realizing that the ball was going as not at a fast rate or anything of that, but just enough to get the batters between the wicket a single.
I've also just realised that I've said they've got to be 15 to play in this competition, and we have 2 14-year-olds out there at the moment, but those 14-year-olds are turning 15 prior to ICC events this year, so that's how the eligibility worked, if anyone was curious. So they've just spread the field a little bit. They know Basker's strong, and that's a good move.
And we saw this field yesterday. We saw this field setting yesterday with wide mid wicket and the conventional backward of square. Back past the bowler. The outfield seemed to be very wet out there, Linda. You can see it seemed like the water is on the ball to a certain extent.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shower this morning. Covers only came off just before around 9:30. We were supposed to due for a 10 o'clock start, so there's just a little bit of slowness, particularly down at this end. I should have got 2 there as well. Speaking of slowness, they probably didn't quite get through that.
Pick that up.
I think Dingra had to go back into the crease at the non-strikers end because the ball was hit so straight by Basker. So good over there. Just the 3 off it from Teki. Just trying to reel it a bit back in at the moment. They've started off pretty well. A couple of loose overs in the middle there. But just trying to reel it back in. Put a bit of dot ball pressure, and in T20 cricket, even single pressure on these players. So Giovanna Aris will continue at the far end. Bowls nicely into the wicket, gets good bounce. However, I think Shabani Basker will enjoy
The bowling of Aris.
absolute the ball just coming in slightly to her. She may give a few little chances, and I probably would have a slightly squarer field with the length that Giovanna Aris normally bowls. I think the ball is more likely to go forward of square here as opposed to they've got a mid-wicket and a long on out there at the moment. Except when she bowls a nice full one outside the off stump. But that's a nice shot from Basker. It's pleasing to see that she's playing some straight batted shots too when required.
Not to forget that the first ball she would have bowled to Basker. Basker pushed it back, and she should have held on to that. As you said rightfully, don't think that she was expecting that.
Bowlers only got themselves to blame with those caught and bowled opportunities.
And that's a chance that actually went to begging. As you watch Arias begins to move in from the northern end pass, the umpire bowls to Dhingra. Dhingra's looking to turn it into the onside. There's a loud appeal from Arias and a couple of the other fielders, but umpire Delroy Lynn is unmoved, not outside the umpire. And umpire Delroy Lynn is a very animated umpire as well. Very nice guy.
Giovanna Aris has already got one LBW today with the wicket of Nadia Grooney. So she was looking for a second one there. Couldn't have been too far away. Maybe going over, maybe going down leg. Same spot again. Big call here from Basker. Gets her through nicely. Good experience there, and the leg by is run through. Dhingra makes a ground with Nika Kohler whipping off the glove and trying to have a shot at the non-striker's end. You've got to really make sure that even if you play a false shot in cricket, that's still a run. It doesn't matter. It doesn't say in the book that it was a bad shot. So you might as well just keep running those.
You get a run from it, you get a run from it.
There's that unconventional sort of style of Shabani Basker. Works that one just nicely around the corner. Splits. They've got a short 45 and a backward square in there and still manages to split them.
We're into over number 8. According to our score, 31 for 1. Given up to the mid-off region.
Wow, I probably got a little lucky there that Gargi Bogle, and I've got her name right. I've actually anglicised her name for the last week. So she did tell me this morning. She said, you know, it's actually like Bogle, like Harsha. And I'm like, nope, didn't know that. So big apologies to Gargi and her entire family. I know they're here. But a bit of a risky run there from Disha Dhingra. Gargi Bogle couldn't quite get it to hand. It would have been a good run out. Fields that nicely at point as Chetna Prasad. Basker keen to get off the mark. And just couldn't quite get the ball through the field. So good over there. Just the 3 runs from it and the 1 leg by. 1 for 32 after 8. Or 32 for 1.
And what I like to see, just about every over, these two have a little conference between the changing over the field for the next over. And that's what you love to see as a coach, as a captain. You enjoy that sort of a situation out in the middle because it tells you that both batters, they're pretty much on the same page.
Yeah, and particularly you've got one of the most experienced players in the Eastern team and the captain batting with one of the most inexperienced and youngest players in their group. So it's good that she's out there with her. You can see the confidence of Disha Dhingra as well. I think she's growing every second she's out there. That's a lovely back foot punch. Just to the right. What I'd probably be looking at if I was Sindhu Harsha is maybe just straightening up that that extra cover a little bit and trying to make her play a little squarer with a shot increases the risk. At the moment, if you're getting singles straight and not having to do too much other than just play through the line,
Then you have to make the adjustment.
Absolutely.
33 it is for the loss of 1. And we're into the 9th over.
Great work there from Suhani Thadani. I know it's Mahika Kandanala. Good diving effort there just to cut off the 4. Keeps it to 2. Not sure if they've just got quite the right field here for Basker still. She's a tough one to set a field for.
I was just about to say, can you set a field for Bashka?
She is pretty unorthodox in the way that she goes about the game. Again, she's still got that 5-4 field with that domination on the onside. I still think they should have a 5-5th person on that leg side.
I think you can really set a field for Bashka. Just about any and every field that you set. She managed to squeeze a couple through, get the odd 4 now and then, keep the scoreboard ticking.
Well, you've got a couple of options for her. I mean, we can do just what I said and have a 4-5 field and bowl, fullish so that you can try and see if she'll play across one and LBW or bowled. Or you can actually go a 5-4 field and even more so and bowl it wide outside the off stump because we know that she's not as strong, particularly square of the wicket on the offside. So there's just a couple of options that you could do.
Well, today just might be headed in that offside position where she gets strong. That's a good shot by Dhingra. It goes into the boundary board just about now. Good shot by Dhingra.
It's a good effort from Uzma Iftikhar as well.
So the signal comes in now from the umpire. Ball.
But I reckon a lot of our older players can actually learn from exactly what Disha Dhingra did right then. As soon as she saw the full toss, she didn't panic. She just timed it nicely, didn't overhit it, split the field, 4 runs. It's just smart cricket.
And I must tell you that Dhingra is batting like a veteran. And she's running between the wicket as if she accustomed to being out there on a regular. She is taking this opportunity. She's holding the opportunity in both hands and she's making good use of it. For a 14-year-old, that's encouraging for me.
Great pressure as well then on mid-on. You saw her have a little look up at the stumps as she was coming because she hit straight to Chetna Prasad and Chetna Prasad had a little fumble as she looked up to see where she was at, and you can see how annoyed she is with herself because she knows that she's made a mistake there. But great pressure running from Disha Dhingra.
And that's what you have to do to the fielding team, put them under pressure. This one goes through the covers. They're gone for 1. They're going to come back for run number 2. And they're not having a problem at all getting runs.
I think that was 11 off that over, a big over. Wasn't helped by a little misfield there. A couple of misfields, in fact, from the team.
So we have seen what the completion of over number 9. Scoreboard just a little bit slow, logging behind.
I've got 1 for 43 on my dodgy little handwritten one that I'm doing. I could be wrong.
Pretty much certain that you are correct. So Dhingra, according to the score, she's on what, some 23?
Well, they've got it off 23 balls there, so I think they've got a few little issues with the scoring at the moment. We'll check back in with that a little later on. We've got Aris continuing from the northern end. There's a little outside edge. Gets a little bit lucky there. Slightly open face, but it's hit quite safely behind the wicket. No third in place. There's the 4-5 field for Dhingra. I think with the way that Giovanna Aris bowls and the way that Disha Dingra bats, I would still stick with the 5-4 field to her.
So would you have a third man for Bashkar?
No.
A short third man, no?
No, I wouldn't.
How about a slip?
No, I wouldn't. I've only got 4-5, so I can't afford to have a slip.
Sometimes you have to squeeze one in, you know. Give the batter something to think about. Psychologically, you're trying to defeat her and cause her to make a mistake or two. But then that would be the captain's call. One more to Bashkar brings Dingra into strike.
You can see how the timing on her offside shots hasn't been anywhere near as good. So they're sort of restricting her. She's got such power on the onside. If you force her to hit to the offside, you're just letting her get those ones and then bringing Disha Dingra back on strike, who has been hitting it quite nicely as well, but certainly not as potent, I suppose, as Shabani Basker could be.
And Dingra always looking to come back for run number 2. Gets on to the non-strikers and in a canter. Certainly giving the selectors an extra mark there. With an extra eye, the selectors are looking.
See, to me, I'd be dropping back Uzma Iftika right now. There's no point her being a backward square there. She's not going to stop the one. They're still going to run through for that. Need to protect that square boundary. Nice, good areas. Beautifully bowled.
Not very much you could have done with that.
It's the first dot for a while. It's been a good trot for the Eastern Conference. They're really putting the foot down, showing they mean business today. And I think the West are a little sluggish. I don't think they were out celebrating last night.
Maybe not. But who knows what goes on in those rooms.
Well, I'm hoping I know.
Turns it into the backward square position. Comes through for a quick single.
So they still get their single, and that's why that position to me is wasted. We might as well protect that boundary, just for the slightly over-pitched ball, or, if she happens to walk inside one and beat the fielder, because you only still allow them to have the one. So you may as well put them on the boundary. And the fact that she's only got one, now for Disha, she's got the 3 out for Shabani. She may as well have the 4th one out. You can really see that Disha really enjoys hitting on the offside. She's got so much space there with just the 4 fielders. Really need to tighten it up on that offside and just change the field slightly. They've probably got a little bit too much sticking with what they've got for Shabani Basker, and certainly very different style batters.
So at the completion of over number 10, the third umpire is going out with a box of balls. So the ball must perhaps need to be replaced.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened with the ball there. Using the Kookaburra turfs.
They were complaining about it early on. I picked that up with the umpire.
Yeah, ordinarily you get a box of 6 balls to pick from for each game. So normally they can pick their own ball. So I'm not sure if that happened this morning. A slightly delayed start.
So we have a substitute on the field. Is it Bogle?
Bogle. I'm going with Bogle. Remember, I've made that mistake with her name before. I've made you say Bogle. So, yes, Gargi Bogle has come out. She is a live wire. You can see how excited she is to be out there running around. She's also normally a wicketkeeper, so it's sort of a bit new for her running around in the field. And I know as a keeper myself, it's actually quite fun when you get out to run around a bit and do something out in the field.
Take those pads
different.
off a little bit.
That's right, a little bit of freedom.
Looks like what Iftika is going to be introduced into the attack.
That's correct. got a bit of a touch-up yesterday. Got belted around the place. Bowled some... Just got the ball was sticking a little in her hand. She bowled some really short, loose balls that were taken advantage of. But with the injury to Akshatha Rao, she had to bowl out of 4 anyway, and they just managed to get across the line. It was touch and go there for a while.
Touch and go.
Just needs to. She's just seeming to tighten up a little bit at the crease. We've really tried to be working on getting her up and over that front leg, and she's not really driving that, and not much pivot at all on her front leg. Much better. You can see that flight was much better on that one.
As a spinner, you can't. You shouldn't be afraid to flight your deliveries at times. You have to let the batter see different variation, the trajectory of the ball, and all that goes into play.
So again, just not using that front arm very much. So not getting high and up and over. She's just bowling nice and flat. No, what you want is also to have that loop over the batter's eye line so that they're just having a little bit of a judgment decision whether they come down or not, and can be quite deceptive when they do that. So she really needs to use that front arm to make sure that she's driving up and over that front leg, spending more time on a front leg.
And not very much batters enjoy batting to off spinners and leg spinners, especially when the leggy will have so many different deliveries to come, like the googly and so on.
And the point of having a spinner in your team is to spin it, otherwise you're just a slow bowler.
I agree. Finally gets it away.
It's through for 2 there. Just the 2 off the over, so she'll be much happier with that. There's still plenty of improvement that she can have there. A couple of issues with the Cricket Club scoring app. It's just crashed at the moment, so sorry to all those back home. I've got the score at 1 for 50. I could be completely wrong, but that's what I've tried to keep up with it all. I do get a little distracted sometimes, however.
I think you're doing an excellent job. I don't think that I could have done it by myself. Arias, this one delivery is pulled away down towards the back of the square by Bhaskar and into the boundary board for 4.
This is exactly that position I was saying before. It's a waste of a position having Uzma Iftikhar just at that short backwards. She could have been able to stop that, get around, just gets them 1, and then you've got Bhaskar off strike as well. I mean, it wasn't a horrifically bad ball, but again, the unorthodox nature of the way that Shabani Bhaskar goes about it. Most people would have probably played that forward of the wicket. Now they're dropping back that
dropping her back now.
So it's a little bit of ball chasing.
So I think that they're hearing you from up here.
Well, I think they just witness why it's happening, and they have to actually experience it before they make the move. So we just need that anticipation just a little bit better with regards to what may happen and the way that Bhaskar is going about this.
You have to be proactive. That's exactly what you're saying. Out towards long on. So what, we're into what, over number 11?
We're in 12 now.
Over number 12? We're getting up there extremely fast.
This is going to be Giovanna Aris being bowled out. She's done a pretty reasonable job. Bowling in pretty good areas. She is up against Shabani Bhaskar, one of the best players in the country at the moment. Beautiful shot there and great movement by Gargi Bogle. A little unlucky, and again, I'd probably be switching over one of these players from it's still a 4-5 field, and I'm just not completely happy with that field. I'd love to be able to just squeeze up that area. We've seen Disha Dhingra really, she's actually been playing nicely through the square area as well as driving nearly nicely. So you could nearly open up a little bit of space somewhere else, but plop someone in the middle of that just to make it a fraction harder for her to get the ball through. Another nice drive from her.
She's pretty much an offside player. Goes onto the back foot quite often. She's not afraid to play her shots.
Just giving her a free run now by dropping a sweeper back with only 4 on the offside. Interesting option that. Not sure why they would do that. I know they've brought Basker on strike just for the 1 ball. What they won't want him to be doing is letting her have a single. You're sort of a bit in a quandary here because then she takes the strike for the next over, but you also don't want her hitting a 4 and staying on strike here. So
Sometimes it's a 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. As I said on so many different occasions yesterday, there are some batters you just can't set the field for them. You try to get them out, and it's such a difficult task. They have to out themselves. This one is played out in towards deep cover. Basker gets a single. The over comes to an end. She is going to be on strike for over number 13.
yes, I just don't understand what just happened then. I mean, why would you just give her that single to get her back on strike? If anything, you make her try and hit through that offside.
Maybe they're just trying to get her a bit fatigued so that she would lose momentum and lose focus, and in the process lose the wicket and comes back to the hut. Who knows? If Tika is going to continue.
I might tell you after the game, after I have a chat with Cindy Shrahasha and just get her thoughts on what she was thinking.
I certainly would love to be in one of your training session. I know that I would learn a lot in a very short period of time. Certainly you have lots of experience.
This drives one down much better from Iftika then. Starting to get into a spell a little bit now.
After bowling the first over, which produced 2 runs, must be coming back for over number 2 on a high.
And she's been given fantastic work, great keeping there from Anika Collin. Good toil from Uzma Iftikhar. So you can see she was really struggling a little bit with the confidence early, but she got her rhythm back in this, and nice flighted ball, but beautifully batted from Disha Dingra. She's really shown that she knows how to hold the bat in both the 50-over format and the T20 format. So for such a young kid, she's got plenty of promise. So great work there from pretty much both teams. It's good cricket all round.
Good cricket all around. And Dingra has absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. She batted extremely well. And coming back to the pavilion, certainly I'm pretty much sure that she would have liked to stay out there as long as she probably could. But unfortunately, playing back to delivery from Iftikhar, took the outside edge into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and she held on for her life. So the East would have lost their second wicket. Dingra caught off the bowling of Iftikhar. I'll give you her personal score in a second.
So got Annika Kuma. Bowled beautifully the other day. Picked up 3 wickets for 17. We haven't seen much of her with the bat this tournament, so it's a great opportunity for her. But she replaces young Disha Dingra, who was dismissed for 18.
So well played 18. Was able to hold the innings together with the captain for a little while.
It's a beautiful way to get off the mark. First ball drives it nicely to the left of mid-off. Made it look very easy. Conditions have definitely been improving over the week. I mean, we saw a magnificent innings from Sindhu Srihashi yesterday, going at a 120, 130 strike rate to pick up the player of the match. And she did make it look easy, so it's good to see this pitch is just starting to settle down a little bit.
And it can only get better from here on out. I don't think that the standard is going to drop, at least from what I've seen thus far. It's a lot of improvement from 2019 when they were here, when they came up against Canada. So kudos to the coaching staff, management team. Hard work beginning to pay off.
Exciting bit is this injection of youth that we've got coming through. We've been playing in a lot of the youth leagues around the country. Just gonna hopefully we can start establishing some women's leagues as well.
And that wouldn't be a bad thing.
I think it's a great way of ensuring that we've got safe environments, that new people coming into the game can come straight into it and not have to face the boys at that sort of, young age. They can actually be around other girls, and that sort of same sort of commonalities of lifestyle as well. So great to have women playing women. Doesn't happen too often, and even this year with the intra-regionals, it was the first time. Sindhu Shahasha was telling me it's the first time that she can remember playing against women in a long time, just in a domestic setup. So, and that's certainly not a bad thing.
Going to have a change of bowling from the northern end.
This is Vigela again.
Vigela.
Changing ends.
We saw that happened yesterday. Started at the southern end and finishes at the northern end. And we're into what, over number 15?
We are in over number 14 right now.
14. Oh, this one is swapped away. Behind square.
Well, the full toss on leg is probably not her best delivery. And it's certainly one of Shabani Baska's favourite, I would imagine.
That's lunch, breakfast, and dinner. Not necessarily in that order. But for Bhaskar, one would say that's a lot of food. And she's going to pull that every time, and the result is going to be the same. Oh, they're playing the captain's role, leading from the front.
Okay, goes up for a bit of a very hopeful appeal. It's a little bit full on legs. We just keep talking about her not completing her action. Just needs to, just at the end, because she's got such a beautiful run up. She's such a great athlete.
And the ball just floats in the air once she delivers. You can actually see it moving as well.
So this is fairly telling when you've got all four of your boundary fielders out on the leg side. And she manages to hit the only infielder on the leg side. But again, a much better field to Baska. She's really going to have to work hard. And the fact that Sunny Vigela is favouring bowling at the stumps or even slightly down leg is probably the field to have at this stage.
I can tell Vigela is a no-nonsense bowler. Pretty much always on target. Turns it into the onside, just to the left of the square leg umpire.
We could really see how Baska had it in her mind. She knows that there was space at square there. So no matter what was happening, she was going to try and shuffle across to play across herself, which is where she gets herself in trouble sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Not on that occasion. So, but good areas. I don't mind where Sunny Vigela's bowling. She's got 5 on the leg. You don't mind if she takes the 1, gets her off strike, takes away that 4 ball, and you get the new batter on strike now. What I would like to see, though, is a bit more attacking play for the new batter that's just come in.
And you'll find most captains set a very aggressive field for the new batter in the very first delivery. You're absolutely correct with that.
Ordinarily, but at this stage they're not really doing that. And they have brought the field up, obviously. I just would like to see a bit more pressure for this new batter. There is a tendency just to stick with the same field, drop them all out as soon as you get past that power play.
And that is something that I comment on so many different fronts. If it is not hurting you, don't change it. But it seems to go with the notion that the batting power play, once that one that comes to an end, you can actually spread your field, and captains goes along with that on so many different occasions. That's a good delivery. The over comes to an end. Umpire Delroy Lynn seemed like he was asking the square leg umpire a question. All is well that ends well.
66 for 2 after 14. Plenty of batting in the shed, so Basker's certainly getting on with it, but I still think they're a fair way behind now on their run rate. They need to really start pushing this along. It's smart play from Shrihasha, pushing that field on the leg side to Basker back, just giving her those ones. It's the way she's going to start getting frustrated if she's not getting those boundaries. She does like to go sort of that 120, 130 strike rate and can be very, very destructive. Hits the ball very cleanly, particularly on the onside.
Coming down the track now.
Again, they'll be very happy to see that just a single down the ground, Basker.
One thing we haven't seen this morning so far, the left-hander, right-hander combination. Seen all right-handers out there in the middle.
In fact, I can't think of too many left-handers that play for the East, in fact. Just tries to get it past the bowler, but can't do it. Well, she does get it past the bowler, but the fielder behind her, Gargi Bogler, just reads the ball really nicely in the field, so a good dot. Beautiful shot out for one from Kumar. Just out to the sweeping boundary. She's missed that. The fact that no one was running. Again, we spoke about this yesterday. Always make sure that the ball is never dead. Don't presume anything. Sani Vigal has just run, Lasia Mulapati has run straight over the top of that. They did not manage to get the extra run, which went begging.
Once it's out there. But if the guy's coming out around the wicket now to Bashkar, it's mid wicket, back of the square, and a long on. That one just got away from her.
Well, they got her off strike. It's an interesting way of getting her off strike.
And the bad thing about it's a free hit.
But the good thing about it, they've got Annika Kumar on strike for it, not Shabani Basker.
Sometimes you wonder if the umpires cannot be sympathetic, but I guess you have to employ that. You gotta go with the rules and regulation. The ball is absolutely slippery, and it looks like that one has slipped out of her hands. But even though that she would have taken a catch, it would have gone for naught anyways.
It's a good shot from Annika Kumar. I was very happy with that. She's got good intent, went for the big shot. We spoke a lot about also yesterday that the number of dot balls on free hits. So at least you got a single there. We're slowly getting there.
Yes, they sucked up a lot of dot balls yesterday.
She's got away with that one purely for some great field placement by the captain and having that field back for Basker. Again, they just let her get the single. Good work there from Shrihasha at mid-wicket. Slightly unfamiliar position for her. She's normally the wicket keeper, but she's managed to bat it onto someone else. Unfortunately, by doing that, she's managed to leave Basker on strike at the end of the over.
And they say that wicket keepers, they have an extra pair of eyes. I tip my hat off to wicket keepers because you have to concentrate on so many things, and when batters goes across and try to get you to change your position or change the way you think, then you have to make the adjustment. So it's not an easy job behind the stumps. So we're going to have a change of bowling from the northern end. Bhaskar is on strike. And we're now into over number 15. So one more to Bhaskar, one more to the total. So Kumar takes a guard from umpire Delroy Lynn. Has a final look around the field, just about now settles into her stance. Pushed out into the cover region. No run. So 1 run off the first delivery. And it's a dot ball. Ball number 2.
Very quick hands there from Anika Cohen in a really nice position. We work a lot with the keepers with regards to keeping that balance, keeping their head and eyes really lean, and also, straight, and keeping them right behind the ball. And she really transferred her weight really nicely. We tend to see a lot of people want to take their head to the stumps far too quickly, when in fact it's your hands and your arms that are going to be taking the stumping, not your head. So you want your head nicely behind the ball. So good areas there from Yashadidi Teki.
One is flicked away. Brings back the hard hitting Bhaskar into strike.
So I've been keeping her quite quiet lately, so strap yourself in, Eddie. You never know what's going to happen here.
I'm already strapped in. From the moment Bhaskar came to the crease, my seatbelt tightened extra.
And that's very, very disappointing, but fantastic at the same time. So they've created the opportunity. No one could get there in time to take the catch, but they've really forced her to try and take on the offside. And we know how strong she is on the onside, but I really like the way that they've gone about that. And that's a good error for the West. Unfortunately, just couldn't get the wicket.
Let her make the mistakes. So Tadeki's having a way with Kuma. The over comes to an end. And at the end of over, what, number 15?
16.
16.
74 for 2.
74 for 2.
Yeah, great over there from Yashadidi Teki. Just making it look easy. You don't have to do too much fancy sort of stuff. Just got it in the right areas. Just a smart plan. And that plan just slightly wider of the off stump for Basker. Nearly got the wicket for them. Just tying her down and giving her the a few singles here and there. She hasn't been able to hit a boundary for a while. Really potentially got in her head. She knows that they've got to get on with this. Only got 4 overs left in this innings.
You don't want to turn her loose now.
He scored 79 the other day. But West made a bit of a disaster of it, but they managed to fall over the line after some really good bowling by the East. But to me, they should be getting at least over 100 from this position the next 4 overs. Get those 25 runs, so looking just over 6 and over to...
You think they're going to get to 100 though?
I would hope so. In fact, I'll say yes.
Tadani comes back into strike, into the attack. So 1 more to the total, 1 more to Bashka.
While Shabani Basker's out there, I think they're a big chance of being able to get these runs. They're just being smart. She just needs to start actually, even on the leg side, there's still space out on the leg side. She just needs to be hitting the gaps as opposed to hitting the fielders on the boundary.
And knowing how she enjoys going for the big shots. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness.
You can see there that pressure of those dots and the ones is really getting to Basker. She's just trying to push there. She would have said to Anika Kumar, Anika Kumar, we are running no matter what. And Anika Kumar has just hit it straight to Uzma Iftikhar in cover and said no.
Someone should have gotten back behind the stump at the non-strikers end, and it would have been disaster for Bashkar.
Good hitting there from Anika Kumar. I see Malapati does a good job of tidying that up on the boundary. Just the 1 run. It brings Basker back on strike, which is what she's been after. Interesting that the fielder that they're putting on the offside deep is a square fielder. I don't know if I've seen her hit one square today, although they're moving her more into a more conventional cover sweep position. Again, another one. Well bowled by Thadani, not giving him any room there at all. Nice and full. Just the 1 to long on.
It's going to be a toss-up to get the 100. We're into over number 17.
Still got Snigdha Paul, still got 2 overs, so she'll be bowling 18 and 20, no doubt. And Sahani still got another one after this as well. Oh, that's a bad error there from Anika Kumar to allow that single at bye, which brings Basker back on strike, which is absolutely not what Captain Sindhu Shahasha would like.
I'll tell you what she would like. She would like to see the back of Bashkar coming back to the pavilion. That's left to be seen at this stage. To Danny, to Bashkar. Bashkar coming down the track. Played it out towards wide long on.
This is where Anika Kumar needs to be running that too. And she's doing the perfect job for a captain. Fantastic. You can see that, yeah, as you mentioned, Basker was starting to walk down the wicket, trying to get the ball on the full. Managed to get that, and she did hit to the space in between long on and sort of a cow so that she was able to get back for the 2. However, all that did was take her off strike.
If I was Tadani and I'm running in and I'm looking at Bashkar coming down to meet me, I would have to stop and return to my boarding mark. because once once the batter begins to charge, it throws you off. And some bowlers, they go through with their bowling action, pitch it down the leg side, wide outside the line of the off stump. So conference ended between Bhaskar and Kumar.
Snigdha Paul, far end. Nicely played. That potentially could be two. Bhaskar's not going to look for that though. She's wanting strike. So you've got 20 runs to get to their 100 and 3 overs to do it. It's very possible. Snigdha Paul does tend to bowl slightly back of a length, although she is also angling it slightly into the stumps as well. So we've got Sindhu Srihasha splitting the fielders on the onside and long on and mid-wicket. And I think that's exactly where Sindhu Srihasha will be aiming, either at the captain or over ahead to use that boundary space behind her.
Wants to release that pressure.
Gets it square. She can get 2 here if she goes hard.
And they're coming back for the second run.
Yeah, didn't really get onto that as well as she would have liked, but maintains the strike. Gets another 2 runs for her team. It's a beautiful shot. Just falls short of Lassia Malapati. She's come in for the catch and then realising that she couldn't get there and was stuck in no man's land. So you've got Sindhu Srihasha giving us some advice on how to go and pick up the ball from the covers. Clearly not happy with it all, but great bowling there from Snigdha Paul.
And in a situation that at the depth, coming down to the depth overs, you want to have your best fielders out into the inner deep, backward of square, long off and long on. Seems like they're making that adjustment now.
Well, interestingly enough, she's putting herself on the boundary. I'm not sure how often she's fielded on the boundary, but Lassia Malapati, generally a good little fielder, quick around the ground, bit of a live wire. Another good hit straight out to Srihasha to it. Worst thing he could have had was her misfield that then after replacing Malapati. So just the 1 to Bhaskar. Pretty difficult to captain the team also from the boundary. You normally see that most of the captains are staying in the inner ring.
Covers, slips, mid-off, somewhere thereabouts. But pretty much sure she's saying that she's good enough to marshal troops from the deep.
Seems that way. Just the 1 ball to go in this over. It's been a little bit expensive, very Snigdha Paul light. But it's good to see someone taking it up to these bowlers.
Well, they will have to target someone. And why not?
Come on, Anika Colin. Oh no, Anika Kumar. She's got to make sure that she gets there. She was just settling in for the 1. And she was getting pushed through beautifully there by her captain. But that's a great shot. Keeps Shabani Bhaskar on strike. She was very aware of that. And I think occasionally this is where that game awareness, a few of these younger players, it just isn't quite there. Wasn't aware that was always a 2. And secondly, we want to make sure that Shabani Bhaskar, the key striker, is on strike for the next over.
And they're having fun doing it too. Enjoying themselves out in the middle.
That's 90 for 2. Still 2 overs to go. How are you thinking about that 100, Eddie? You have little faith.
I still on the fence with that.
Really? 10 overs, 10
10
two
runs.
overs, 10 runs. Rightio.
Let's see what happens. It's only take a ball.
Very true. Well, that's not going to help. Hits that nicely, though, on the boundary. Got to be looking for those. You've got to run on that. You can see how no one is really being able to throw from the boundary and really attack those stumps. You're going to have a little bit of extra time. They need to be really taking on, and they're only 2 wickets down. You've got to be taking those risks. And that way you also get Shabani Baskett back on strike. So there's so many positives about running 2 on that shot.
Tadani has other ideas.
Great shot there from Anika Kumar. Straight down the ground. Go, Shabani Baskett. Well done. Great positioning too from Sahani Thadani. That's what we like to see. The bowler getting back behind the stumps.
Have to cover those just in case. So what, we at 93?
That's right. I might get 100 this over.
Might get a wicket in this over.
Yeah, well run there from Baskett. Just going on everything now, and good batting as well by Anika Kumar. She's doing a good job to support her captain here. So still a 3 out on the boundary.
Now, this is the wicket they want. Let's see if they'll get it. Tadani. I have faith in you, Tadani.
Hits that nicely downfield. She's struck it nicely. Anika Kumar needs to get back for that second. No problem at all there. And that's where you note when you see that throw come in and it doesn't go anywhere near where it should be going. You're always running on that person. It was Yashadidi Teki doing the fielding down here at long on. These twos are very handy.
Very, very much so.
Wide down leg.
Well, that doesn't help to keep you away from the 100.
Just a bit of a loosener. You can see a little bit of panic. We haven't really seen a lot of these bowlers get hit, and it's great to see someone take it up to them. How they're going to perform under pressure. What is their plan B? What are they going to do? What's their plan here? At this end of the innings, if they go for 6 and over, you should be very happy. Singles are good.
Got to be backing up at the non-strikers end. Is she home?
That's a great throw from
Umpire.
Usma. She's got a direct hit there, but
Umpire's looking, he's looking.
Anika Kumar's made that back very well there, but great to see how far she's backing up, but at the same time being able to have the agility to be able to get back in her crease as well. So a good dot there from Suhani Thadani.
And see how she's walking down?
Last ball of the over. I think she's probably pretty aware of that as well. So wanted the 4, happy to take the 1, so she maintains strike.
19 overs completed. What was the total there?
It's 98.
Whew. It's getting close. It's getting hotter out there. Take into consideration there's no sun. I don't think the humidity is as bad as it was yesterday. So I'm still standing my ground.
You don't think they're going to get 2 in this last over?
It is. It's iffy.
Yeah.
Let's see what Bashka will do.
Snigged a pull. Final over. She's gone big. She might be out here. Shrihasha taking the catch very calmly, justifying her position out there on the boundary. And that's a big wicket from the West. Snig to Paul. Well bowled. Bowling to a field. Maybe you are right. Maybe I've gone a little early on my celebration.
Well, celebration might be a little bit early and might be justified because we have the hard hitting Harley Charles coming in. So Harsha goes. Bashra goes. 98 for 3. Just about 12 o'clock here in sunny South Florida. 11:59 to be exact. So the 100 is on the board.
Well, I missed the celebration. I was out checking scores, and obviously the server's gone down for cricket clubs, and they're trying to fix it for everyone out there. But just checking on the score as well. Shabani Basker, great innings from her. 47 off 38 balls.
Hundred and one. Brings Harley Charles into strike. Sling the ball to continue. Just waiting for the field setting, the final field setting. Paul in operation from the northern end. As Charles settles into her stance, awaiting the arrival of Paul. Right arm over the wicket, a ball to Charles. Charles with his delivery driving up towards long off. Pulls the field off the long off boundary, just a single. So 102 for the loss of 3 wickets. Ball on the way now to bowl to Kuma. Pulls long on off the boundary, just a single. So 103 for 3. And we're into the final over. So innings close. We'll give it a final score in just a second. So this is of course the Sisters Mortgage, the sponsor of the U.S. Women's Cricket National Championship, the last of the T20s. And we're here in Florida.
So finishing on 105 for 3. Good effort there to get over that 100 mark despite Eddie riding them off, not getting there. Great effort and some super hitting from Shabani Basker particularly. And some great bowling as well, trying to restrict them nice and early by Sahani Thadani again and Snigdha Paul. So we'll be having a 10-minute changeover. For the moment, we've just taken down the scorecard on the cricket clubs purely because that just wasn't quite working. So you just have to rely on us for the moment. Stay in touch. We'll be back in 10 minutes for the Sistar Mortgage Women's National Championships 2021, Game 3, T20. Welcome back to the Sister Mortgage Women's National Championships 2021, Game 3 of this T20 series, and it's East versus West. West at the moment 2-0 up in the series, but East fighting for it, having scored 105 for 3. We've now got openers out there. We've got Mahika Kandanala facing at the moment with Yashadidi Teki at the non-striker's end. Sarah Farouk opening the bowling for the East. Has had a pretty reasonable tournament and probably very lucky to get away with that one. Maybe slightly a little bit wide, but either way, gets good swing from the hand. A little bit off pace, and it has been proving quite difficult to get away.
Saw Farouk in operation yesterday. Bowled extremely well. Good bowling action. Kandanali getting it past the slip fielder, first slip, and comes away with 2 runs. So, what a way to open your count.
Yeah, a little bit lucky there. Hasn't been carrying. It's tough having that slip in there, but you sort of really need them there. It just puts a doubt in the batter's minds, and particularly with someone who swings the ball as much as Sarah Farouk. It really makes you nervous to either come down the wicket in case you get stumped with the keeper being up. The keeper being Mitali Pat Warden today. But, just that little edge just didn't quite carry to Nadia Gruni there. That first slip. And a promising start for the East, though. Sarah Farouk, I know she'll be very much wanting that gully fielder in there. Not sure if it's going to carry there unless she's just banging in a little shorter of a length. Nicely taken again and well bowled. Well, it's turned into quite a nice day considering we had such a late start with a little bit of lightning warnings and sirens going off everywhere. We're getting used to that here in Florida now.
Getting a little bit scared.
Yeah, there were some big bolts yesterday.
Nothing to be scared of. I can assure you that, I promise you that the sun is back with us. As Farouk continues to bowl to the Nadi from the commentary box end, looking to guide it away. Didn't make contact. Goes through to the wicketkeeper.
Just playing with a slightly open face there. Mahika Kandanala does tend to step a little straight instead of to the line of the ball. It just sort of means that she's not playing with the full face of the bat. Ends up just poking at it, and that's why that gully and slipper in there, waiting for that false shot outside the off stump.
Waiting to snap it up like a shark, like a hungry shark that is. So at the end of over number 1, they're chasing 107?
105. Well, 106 to win.
106 for victory. They are, what, 2 without loss?
They were, 2 down. Nadia Gruni was dismissed for 11 off her 17, opening the batting with Disha Dhingra, who was dismissed for 18 off her 39. Shabani Baska, fantastic, 47 off 38. And Annika Kumar and Holly Charles at the end there. Annika Kumar showing great form with the bat, and she's been quite good with the ball as well. 15 not out off 24, and Holly Charles 3 not out off 2. Some good bowling as well. Didn't really take as many wickets as they'd normally would have liked to, but Giovanna Aris 1 for 21, Snigdha Paul 1 for 21. And the other wicket was Uzma Iftikhar 1 for 11 off her 3 overs. Apologies.
So Wallison is going to pick up the attack?
Yeah, Annika Wallison's opened the bowling previously. She generally bowls sort of a back of length. Can cause a few issues. Just bowling into the wicket. Yashadidi Teki. It's her first time batting in the tournament so far. She's just going to get a bit of a feel for this pitch. She hasn't seen it too much. It has improved over the... Well, not improved, just become better, I would say. It wasn't bad in the first place, but it can be a little slow to those first going out there. But
They say it takes a little time to get into the party. This one is peeling off the outer edge of the bat. Past the diving outstretched hand up first slip. Comes on to third man. They come back. Well, they settles for a single, or they come back for run number 2. So 2 more to Techie.
I just pushed at that one a little bit. And like I said, that I don't know if that carried to slip. It just isn't, just that little bit too slow that it can't quite get there. They're now putting a third in place in Holly Charles. No slip at this stage, and maybe fair enough with the fact that it's not carrying. 6-3 field to the left-hander. That's a wide ball. She's had a few difficulties controlling the ball at this tournament, Wallison, but then can actually bring in an absolute peach of a ball as well. So just a little bit of consistency would be good to see here.
No. Must be saying, well, this is my first over. I'm just beginning to warm up. Let's see how long it will take her to actually get there.
Nicely played, tucked inside, stepped inside the ball and tucked around the corner. Very much the bread and butter shot for a left-hander. Monica Wallison not looking overly happy. Not sure if that's with herself or with Yashadidi Teki tucking that one off her hip. Either way, it's another 2 runs to the score for the West. Yashadidi Teki based in Bay Area, and we've got Mahika Candanala at the other end, based in Dallas for this Western team. Monica Wallison, New Jersey.
And Teki's playing with a lot of ease. Lots of timings, not in any hurry at all. At least it is early. It is early going. We're into, over number 2? And they're chasing 106 for victory.
Just looking to step across there and play that space, but Shibani Basker, she's all over that. Won't allow her to get through for the quick single. Just a 3 on the leg side, all forward of the wicket.
Candanala standing straight at the non-striker's end, waiting for her opportunity.
Wallison's got away with that one. Short ball down leg side. Could have been a wide, but Yashadidi has chosen to play that just for the single around the corner. I think they missed one ball. Maybe I missed a ball in that over, but either way, they've got 6 runs off the over, so none for 8 after 2 overs.
And they're chasing 106 for 4. 106 for victory. And they have all but 20 overs to do that.
Looks like they've brought in, which is interesting. And I was about to say, I thought Wallison had pushed into like a second slip, but then she goes back to just the usual sort of backward point right on the circle. Farouk bringing the ball back into, oh no, she's calling it back in now. To a short, sort of into a catching gully, which I'm not sure with the bowling of the in-swing into the left-hander how they'll be getting there, but I could be completely wrong. Maybe she puts it out that wide. She's a chance of getting it to that gully, but there's a dot ball well taken from Pat Warden. Nice and full. Yashadidi Teki, normally an opening batter, didn't have the best regionals with the bat, so got selected though with her bowling, which was quite consistent this tournament. Bowled plenty of overs. Good to see she's getting an opportunity here at the top of the order today.
Comes forward, pushing it into the mid-off region. Score remains on 8 for no loss.
Bit of a discussion point with Yash was just about that intent when she first comes out. The first 20 balls, we're sort of looking for her to really push it along. Well, that's got to be out. And it is. It is. And she's shown a bat, which is generally not acceptable in this form. She just needs to understand the umpire's decision, and he's adjudged her LBW. She certainly stepped across in front of her wickets, and the ball swinging back into her by Sarah Farouk. Good lines from her. It was always risky playing a shot like that. But Yashadidi Teki, she's been dismissed for 5 runs. She's going to be replaced by another left-hander in Lasia Malapati. So you can see the disappointment in Teki. She's hoping to have had some time in the middle today, having not spent too much over at this championships.
Well, what else do you expect when you play a shot like those?
A little bit of a tendency to block off the leg side with that front leg and have to play around a pad. So LBW does come into play a fair bit. Just needs to start working on clearing that leg. Accessing mid-on nice and early as well if you want to be opening. Got to be able to play nice and straight, full face. But still a young player as well. Plenty of potential.
So that was a good low delivery from Farouk, getting the ball to cut back into the left-hander.
I really like this. You can see that Sarah Farouk's done a little bit of planning. She's coming over the wicket to Yashadidi Teki to get that LBW with that leg position, and now coming around the wicket to Lasia Malapati. So good tactics. We really encourage that opposition analysis all the time. As we mentioned before, when Basker was out there batting, there's so many different styles of the way people can bat, and some of them are fairly unorthodox. So it's important to be able to study them and understand what your plan would be to that player. How are you going to get them out? How are you going to restrict their scoring? Make things uncomfortable. What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses?
So they're planning for you and you're planning for them. So it's a lot of planning.
It is a lot of planning.
With all that planning makes my head hurt just a little bit. So that's another that ball from Farouk, and that ball, this says like gold dust. The sun is back with us in all its glory here at the Central Broad Park. We watch Farouk.
She's missed that one down leg side.
It's wide, signal and call by the umpire.
It's always the danger with that coming around the wicket. You just start the ball too straight. It does just tend to get pretty tough going down leg side. Didn't have a lot of protection there either.
There's always a big problems for fielding teams with the left and the right hand the combination. And as I mentioned earlier on to you, we haven't seen the right-hander, left-hander combination when the East was batting. Now we beginning to see them. Someone is struck out into the offside. Coming back for run number 2. So it's going to be a conference in the middle between these two.
So 12 for 1 at the end of the third over. It's been a little bit eventful. As the players' last opportunity to really put their hand up to see if they potentially may get selected in a couple of the ICC T20 events we've got coming up later in the year.
Pretty much sure again, selectors they're watching, they're walking around, they're looking with extra keen eyes. And their pens and notepads are all over, taking notes. Wallison to continue.
Malapati, just her awareness, she's just not really sure then. She was just sort of poking at that one. I wasn't aware that it had gone through. So fortunately her partner was a bit more switched on, was Mahika Cantanala, and called her through for the single.
And normally a delivery outside the line of the off stump like that would have gone towards the deep backward point position for 4. Would be coming back from the boundary, especially to a left-hander.
Wallison to continue. Over pitched. Pretty good delivery in the end. Cantanala couldn't get under it or do a lot with it.
That was like more like a Yorker Lynch pitch delivery.
Another loose one down leg side. A few freebies today in this game. It's getting a little bit tired. It is a tough tournament.
Has been.
Games.
It has been. Just thinking about it and talking about it makes me tired. But, you know, they're young. They're going to get accustomed to it. Lots more games to be played.
Oh, she's taking on that mid-off fielder, Sarah Farouk. Misses a target. Good attacking running there from an aggressive running from Mahika Cantanala. I don't mind that. She did hit it directly to her, but just took a bit of pace off it when she was hitting it, and the fielder probably just didn't attack it as much as they should have.
If I was the captain, I would introduce Holly Charles from this end, taking into consideration that she would have bowled extremely well yesterday. But then again, perhaps she's saying that I don't want to bring her in too early into the attack.
Beautiful shot there from Lassia Malapati. She's got a full toss, low full toss there, and she wide of the off stump, and she's just driven that beautifully. 3 points, split the field, and that's her first boundary. That's going to make her feel a lot better.
And that's what she should have done a couple of deliveries ago when I made mention of that. So she must have heard something from the commentators up here. Sometimes there are little birdies that take messages to those batters out there, you know. So you can't discount that. Umpire Delroy has the right arm outstretched, waiting for the fielder to get back in her position. All is well now as Wallison continues to Malapati right arm over.
Going nicely, just pushed. Just letting the pace of the ball, opening the face a little. Does naturally have the face open when she plays this shot again. Really hits square of the wicket. Not a big pusher to mid on and mid off. Will go over cover, cross bat sort of shots. A lot of guiding behind the wicket. Another wide down leg side for Wallison. So you get a bit of an expensive over. It's already up to 9.
She's all over the shop.
Still got 2 balls to go in this over. Wanted to look forward for that run, but Lisa Ramjet pounced on that one, starting to really tune in to where Mahika Cantanala is trying to get her runs. So great anticipation there from Ramjet. It's the end of the over. That's none for 9 off that over. I'm just adding this up, sorry. 1 for 21.
And we have just seen the completion of what, over number 5, is it?
4.
Over number 4.
Yep, so good run rate at this stage. Just going over just over the 5 and over.
And Farouk to continue.
Saying that they need 107 on that manual scoreboard that the girls are carrying around at the moment. So we may have been 1 run off in that in the count with 106 scored, 107 to win.
So Wallison is limping, coming down to us here. Seems like she's coming off the field. Don't know where she would have gotten injured there.
Probably just need to move away from the side screen, coming around the wicket, just in the way at the moment. I think everyone needs to move away. It's probably not ideal having the change rooms directly behind the bowler's arm. Another good shot there by Lassia Malapati. Actually hits this one. It's a cut shot. Chased down, however, by Nadia Grooney. And she gets through for 2. It's a little bit too much width there from Sarah Farouk. Really needs to bring that ball a little tighter into her. Really, she likes to free her arms up. Obviously loves that area behind point.
Pretty much all left-handers. So Wallison seems like she's cramping up bad enough to taking off the field. So wide delivery outside the line of the off stump. Farouk just drifting. Just a trifle outside the line of the off stump. Wide enough for the umpire to call wide.
Fumble them from the wicketkeeper, but it's a legal delivery. Just a little wide. She hasn't quite got her line right. To me, I nearly feel if she maybe had a fine leg in, or if she had a little bit of protection, she could really attack the
stumps.
The batter. And I think she's a little conscious of going down leg side here. Has got a short fine in now, which maybe with her pace is fair. Much better.
All that Malapati has to do is just open the face of the bat because there's absolutely no slips in place.
Lost a run up there. I think she's just getting a little put off by this. Sarah Farouk normally, obviously there's so many left-handers in this Western team. They're not used to bowling to this many left-handers, and particularly as an outswing bowler. Can be quite challenging, but
they've got to learn.
Yeah, I think she's actually bowled exceptionally well to the left-handers this tournament. Can't quite squeeze that one through. Back on, got the radar back.
That's what this competition will do for you. Being put in all sorts of different situations. Have to come good.
Okay, nice areas there. See that Putty just tries to get that one out. Can't really get that power through the shot at the moment. They're off to a pretty good start though, the West.
I would put a short cover in. Malapati doesn't have the strength. She doesn't have the power. She's more like a finesse player.
Here's that late cut, opens the face. End of a good over there from Sarah Farouk. Just the 3 off it, so that's their, other than her first over, that's the cheapest over they've had so far in this innings for the East.
So we just witnessed the completion of over number 5. So we're going to have a change of bowling. Of course, Wallison is off. So Kuma is going to pick up the attack from the southern end.
It looks like Annika Kumar batted so nicely in the first innings. 15 not out for her off her 24 balls. Bowled very well the other day with
Yes,
3
indeed,
to
she
17.
did. She did.
Just nothing too complicated. Full and straight. It does sort of lose her action a little bit on a couple of balls that tend to go leg side, a little bit similar to Asani Vagella. But just stump to stump, smart bowling, a little bit of swing in the delivery, but she's really made it quite difficult for quite a few batters this tournament, and really stepped up. In fact, I would say one of the younger players here.
And she's very adamant about the feel that she wants to set for her own bowling.
I do like that though. Good chat between the two of them. You can see Lasia Malapati saying, no, we're not going on that. But at least they're looking for that. I like the fact that they're thinking about trying to drag that field in, get that quick single in the inner circle.
That would have been suicidal. So wide delivery outside the line of the off stump. She might be just setting up Cardinal.
Yeah, I don't know if she is on that one. I think that just was a bit of a loose nut.
Tease me as much as you can. The battle continues between these two. It's early. Good delivery. Plays back along the track. Oh, stopped by the bowler.
Yeah, good athlete, Annika Kumar. And again, I tried to say this the other day, and I don't really know what I'm talking about, but is a black belt in some sort of martial art. I think it's a non-contact martial art, which I did witness in the Olympics the other day. It was quite interesting. Oh, I'm going to leave that one.
Had a chat with her yesterday, just for a brief moment, telling me that she was born in Florida, in Tallahassee. Not a couple of hours from here, maybe about 4 or 5 hours drive. But she lives in Baltimore now.
Big swing there from Candinala. Gets away with it. Great work there from, looks like, is that Bhumika Badriaju? She's back out there today, which is good. She had a little bit of a knee concern for the last 2 days, but great to see she's back out there. Direct hit there from backward square, but couldn't prevent the run.
Trainers must be doing an excellent job on these players.
I'll tell you what, Asha Mosley has been our physio for this tournament, and she has been doing an amazing job trying to look after 2 teams at once. So she's been fantastic. Run off her feet. I think she'll be quite happy with a little break for the next few days before the under-19 starts.
I'm pretty much sure. I imagine the amount of work she has to put in. Sleep, not to mention sleepless nights.
That's managed to just squeeze through. Probably could have run that one off the bat. Good running on the arm from the boundary.
How did she manage to get that through?
I have no idea. That was the eye of a needle there. They've really, it's nearly a penalty wall that they've got there, and she's still managed to get it through.
It's amazing. Malapati, the left-hander. Not a very attacking batter, at least not at this stage so far. Loses the bat, looking to pull it down behind backward or square. We haven't seen that very often.
I have actually seen I'm not even sure where it was, but I have seen someone do that before, and the wicketkeeper was watching where the ball went and got hit by the bat because it was flying through the air. So, and got concussion from it, which was not a good thing.
That's
Obviously,
not a good thing. So at the end of the over, at the end of over number 6, we're looking at total of
that's 28 for one.
28 for 1. They're chasing 107.
Just wondering on that. I missed it because I was laughing too much. But did she make contact with that ball? Because clearly it was going to be a wide down leg side.
Well, she must have made contact because the bat, not only did it end up behind her,
So, a question for you: does your bat need to be in your hand to hit runs? So if she,
not necessarily the bat can, it can come off the glove.
yeah. But if she'd let go of the bat and it hit the ball,
Ball.
does she get runs for that?
Does she? Yes, she does.
Wow.
If the ball get past the fielder or fielders,
So if can she be caught off that? She can't be caught off it if she's
once
not
the ball
holding the bat.
once the ball hits the bat,
But if she's not holding the bat,
it doesn't matter as long as it comes off the bat.
really? Okay.
As long as it comes off the bat.
I don't wanna say
or
I'm
the
I don't want to
glove.
say I'm doubting you, Eddie, but I'm just doubting you.
It doesn't happen very often, so it becomes kind of a strange phenomenon, so to speak.
It certainly is. Anyway, she's kept us amused. Sarah Farouk to finish off her spell. All 4 in a row as per usual. There you go, Cantanella, just playing across that one. Really needs to keep playing nice and straight. Great shot. That's what we want to see. Good power, nice and straight. Not trying to hit to the onside when it's full up. She just occasionally sort of ticks into that really sloggy sort of mode. So I much prefer that shot from her. So great shot. Easy single. Good power. Freeing the arms up.
And as you mentioned rightfully yesterday, that too many times you see batters going through, taking the ball from the offside and bringing it to the leg as opposed to just playing straight into the offside region. And once you do that, you open the can for you to get leg before, because you're pretty much playing across the line. And umpires are more inclined to give you leg before when you're doing that in most cases. And some players will say, well, look at the shot that I've played before and I gotten 4. And look at the shot that I played now and I missed, and the umpire gave me leg before. That's why you should always try to play straight as much as you possibly can. Don't give the umpire, don't leave it to the umpire. Have to take the game away from the umpire, so to speak. Farouk continues to bowl to Madapali, guides it away. And they can't score.
I couldn't get that one away. She's been scoring heavily behind the wicket. They've got 2 fielders prowling there now, knowing that she really wants to try and work it through there. If she can get it a bit finer, though, she's got plenty of space between that backward point. No slip, no gully. But with that sort of in-swing from Sarah Farouk, she's just tightened up a line a lot. Lovely shot. Can't get it past Disha Dingra, though. Cover point.
And when you play a shot like those and you don't get a run, it frustrates you, because that was a brilliant shot. Now the fielder is going out towards deep cover. Captain realized that Madapali now is opening up her hands. And they're going after Farouk, who is in her last over. Dead ball signaled by the umpire.
Just can't work that one again. Just tries to work it a little square. It could be punching that really straight. You can see that where Gitika Kadali is fielding at mid-on, she's quite wide, knowing that Lassia doesn't really play that on drive very straight. She does try to work it sort of through mid-wicket.
Yep.
So again, good analysis of your opposition. Well done to the East.
Homework's been done. Those online classes are working, Coach.
Yeah, it must be.
At the end of over number 6.
7 now gone. 29 for 1.
29 for 1.
So I'm going to track the pass score. It was 28 for 1
So
from the east. So it's very neck and neck at this stage. We've had both of our T20s come down to the last over, so it's been pretty exciting stuff.
So far, all 3 T20s creates lots of excitement out in the middle.
So Bhumika Bhadrayaju. Mahika Kandanala uses her feet, comes down the wicket. Just hits it fairly straight through the legs of Bhumika for a single. Good to see that Bhumika's back and she's all good. After a little bit of a knee concern the other day. Just going to move their short fine just to a short third, which I actually don't mind, particularly to the left-hander and Lassia Malapati, the ball going away from her. It also does like to play behind the wicket on that offside, so perfectly go straight to Holly Charles, but has a shot and hits Malapati in the back of the head at the non-striker's end.
She'll be fine.
Pretty sure she'll be fine.
Was it that hard?
Sometimes it just can be a little innocuous. You just don't know. Never can be too careful. So just checking her out. The umpire's just given her a bit of a pat on the shoulder and said, "You'll be right."
I think it's just caught her off guard.
Well, you don't normally expect the ball in the back of the head, do you?
Absolutely not. And especially when you're going towards the non-striker's end. Well, she's telling them that she's fine. So they're back off now.
He's a tough little thing, Lassia Malapati. Quite a good little personality, very up and about.
I'm pretty much sure that she will be teased very much by her teammates later on about that.
Yeah, so just noticing Asha Mosley just wandering in front of us, the physio, just coming out to make sure she's okay.
And she's from the Twin Islands Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So that she lives in the Denver area.
Yeah, somewhere in Colorado.
In Colorado.
Good shot there from Mahika Kandanala. Hasn't quite got onto it. It still gets the one, hits it straight enough not to be a chance at all. So gets through for a 1. Playing nice and straight. I like this from her. So 3 singles off 3 balls for Bhadrayaju. Just be interesting to see what she does here. How's she going to try and just restrict this run scoring at the moment? Good reactions there from Mitali Patwardhan, keeper, but I don't think anyone knows what's happened there. It was supposed to be a sweep shot off a leg stump, and it somehow popped up over the batter's head and taken by Mitali Patwardhan, but I don't think there was any bat in it.
And umpire Delroy Lane is asking him, what's wrong? It's not out. Let us get on with it.
Good strike there. Bat face open. Could push for 2 here if they're going to take on the arm. Gitika Kadali does have a good arm, so they're very aware of that. So just the 1.
Brings Kandanala into strike.
Just flattens that one out. Finishes on a dot. Good to see she's got a little bit of variation there. We have seen a lot of flight from her, so good finish. Just the 4 off the over for her.
At least she having the batters looking up as opposed to looking down. So good opening over from her. Pretty much sure that captain will be saying to her, I'm going to give you yet another over to see what happens in over number 2. But that, of course, is just me talking. Captain, I'm pretty much sure, has other ideas.
Sanika Kumar placing Sarah Farouk at this end and changing ends herself after a pretty good first over of just the 4 runs going from it.
And this is actually the end that she opened the over from yesterday, when she was very successful in a spell. She'll be bowling to Mother Polly.
I just wish that she does seem to will bring it into the left-hander, so I'd just maybe like to push back that fine leg just to give her a little bit of protection there. Otherwise the ball's going to have to go directly to that fielder's. In fact, I think that's Bhumika Bhattacharya, and she's just had a little look around. Okay, now she's coming around the wicket, which is probably much better, I think. Still pops it down leg though, so again, let's still stick with that, putting that fine leg.
Fine leg. But the fine leg probably need to be up just a little bit though. Maybe some 2-3 steps. Because I don't think that she's going to turn it that long. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. You have to cut off the singles from there. But then again, you don't want it to be too far where they're going to get a double.
Generally, the rule of thumb is as a bowler coming around the wicket to a left-hander, you'd push them a lot squarer for the fine leg. So they're sort of more like a deep backward square or a square fine leg. Coming over the wicket to a left-hander, you're more likely, because you're trying to bowl stump to stump, so you're going to have a much finer fine leg. So they probably just had her a little too fine. Just push her back. Lovely shot for one. Really nice from Cantanala.
And now the pitch has dried out some. The ball is coming on to the bat a lot more.
Well, she's certainly playing some interesting shots today. Last year, she might be getting a little it's slippery with the gloves. Doesn't wear inners, as you can see, and it's pretty hot and sweaty out there. So she's just rubbing them in the dirt at the moment, trying to get a bit of purchase. I don't want to slip around too much. It probably suggests that she does maybe look at wearing inners in the future.
And in the previous over, she lost the bat in the process. So quite an interesting, some eventful events from Monopoli.
Another dot. Kumar bowling pretty good areas.
Continues from where she, or picked up from where she left off yesterday. Very businesslike.
Beautiful shot. She's been really working hard on that, hitting the ball over cover. Just leant back a little bit on that one, but struck it nicely. Might be that shackle breaking delivery that she needs just to really loosen up. She is a good striker of the ball. In the first 50 over game, she actually came out and had a bit of a quick fire, finished off the innings very quickly for everyone, and was pretty excitable. Batted very, very nicely. Cantanala squeezes one out to deep square as well for another single. I think that's the end of the over 5 off the over.
So after over number,
9.
we have a total of
It's 38 for 1.
38 for 1.
This is where the East were a little ahead. They were 43 for 1 at this stage. It was really only once they lost that second wicket that they really turned the screws a lot on the East and really slowed them down. So at this stage, East slightly ahead.
Slightly.
Badr Arju is going to continue. Just having a bit of a reset of her field, trying to work out where she's going to go. She did go for 3 or 4 singles off consecutive balls in her first spell, and she's just been trying to work out how to stop that leak.
Well, a wicket for her here now would certainly justify all that moves.
Again, another interesting field with the 5-4 field with a deep sweep up to an off spinner.
It's a long on. And Kandanala can go deep. We know that. Ooh, Farouk. It was in the air for a little while.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was actually a catching opportunity. I'm not sure if she misjudged it. She sort of was escorting it.
I think she was more trying to prevent a 4, and in the process got struck with the ball behind, just on the right ankle, somewhere thereabout.
Ooh. I'm going to say that's a drop catch there. A tough chance by Lisa Ramjet, but she got a little bit of a hand on it, read it well, but just couldn't quite get there. So that's an extra cover. Marcia Malapati just hitting in the air, plenty of space there, but yeah, just got a little too close to Ramjet. Wide delivery, popped over the top by Kandanala, just for the 1.
And these batters, they're floating, they're flirting now with danger.
I think the good thing about this is that they've recognised that you know their strike rate is under what we sort of would want. They're probably on track to win the game, but it's good that they're still challenging themselves and pushing themselves. That's an easy single there, and they seem to have a bit of a conversation about whether they're going to go on that, but you should know straight away. If you're sweeping, there's a deep sweeper out there. It's probably just the 1.
And she's a good sweeper too. Swept it well along the carpet. Slightly line of the off stump. Over comes to an end. Not a bad over. Any stretch of the imagination.
42 for 1.
Need 107 for victory.
After 10, so they do need to accelerate a little here at this stage. Obviously, they're looking at getting the 84 if we just double that, but it's not generally how it works in T20 cricket. There's a flurry of runs at the end of the innings, particularly when you've got wickets in hand. Just makes it easy to be able to launch. You can change your orders up a little bit. You can send in your hitters instead of your stabilisers. It's just really changes the game by just keeping those wickets in hand at the top, but still being able to tick it over. Just going at the 4.2.
But then again, the bad thing can happen, or what can happen in situations like those, you send those batters in, and you're looking for them to score big runs, and off they go to the horse of the races, and they sometimes find themselves in a bit of a tangle. They get out with maybe the first, or in the first over that they would have faced, or maybe the second over, and then the captain begins to think and say, well, should I have sent her down there, or I should have kept her back? So the bantering would have gone going on between the skipper and other players. But nonetheless, they're chasing 107 for victory. It is 42 for 1. We're about to witness over number 11.
So we've got Gitika Kadali coming on from the commentators or stadium end, grandstand end.
The southern end?
Southern end's probably the way to go. So she's got a very fine third in. And then bowls one down leg side to the left-hander and Lasia Malapati. So not the best start in the world. See, we were discussing actually last night, and it was, she was just a little concerned about her run-up. She's been coming in on a slight angle and been very comfortable with it, but bowled a lot of wides yesterday. But I don't mind the angled run-up, particularly when bowling to a left-hander. Much better line there. Cramps her up for space. That's really nice in there. Well bowled. See, that's the sort of delivery I'd love to be working with Malapati, and just being able to step inside it and access that leg side when it's a 6-3 field. There's plenty of space on that on the leg side. Looking at pushing back their square leg, but bringing it back up to the circle now. Again, backs away, tries to access that behind point. They've got it fairly heavily protected now, so not going to get a lot of value for run. And I'd nearly say if you're going to bowl there, let's bring in a slip. The chances of her hitting down to a slip, I don't know, it's T20 cricket. And
I certainly agree with you. I would actually, the slip. Third man is wasted down there. So I would definitely have a solitary slip just for her to rethink. And sometimes it can be a psychological thing, a cat and mouse game between the bowler and the batter. We're into the 11th over. They're chasing 107 for victory, and you see she looking behind the back of the square position. Spectators catch, they call that. So she has come back well. Take into consideration her first delivery was pitched down the leg side. They didn't start it well. But they say it's not how you start, it's how you end. Let's see if she'll end well. One straightens up on her. Lays out into the cover region, gets a single.
it's a really nice over this at the moment from Kadali. She's really started to mature as a player. You can see how tall she is. When I first met her, she was a young 14-year-old. Her and Lisa Ramjet both got in the team together as 14-year-olds, and she certainly wasn't the height that she is now, but we knew that she was going to be something pretty special. Just the general way that she thought about the game and her athleticism and her bowling technique. As she's got a lot stronger with the strength and conditioning programs that our coaches in Bert Cockley has been putting them through, she's much stronger over that front leg. A lot more control. Used to fall away a little bit and push things down leg side. So I'm really enjoying the fact that she's getting over that front leg and is now starting to bowl that bounce up a lot more consistently.
She has more to go. She's tall. She's bowled some nifty deliveries.
Into the over. Good one from her. Just the 2 off it. 44 for 1.
So over number 11 completed. When are we going to see Holly Charles?
It's a good question. There is a tendency. I've sort of started to understand what Shabani Basker does here. And I think she just seems to want to hold off particular players for the final overs, which is a great idea. I just would love to have seen those bowlers maybe bowl 1 or so overs leading into those death overs just to see, what are you missing out on? Are you just going to keep him in there for the death overs? I mean, Holly Charles, we know, has been fantastic. So just think it's just not quite using her the way to her maximum.
So Malapati being cramped for room there. Looking to put it down towards mid-wicket.
Beautiful shot. Can't find the gap though. Straight out to the sweeper on the outfield. As Giddy Kadali. Just the one.
The keeper must be saying now that it is okay to give them the one because singles are not going to beat us. At least not for now.
No, that's very true.
Protect the boundaries.
Just got that over the top. We're looking for two here.
Ramjit's
arm. No, not going on that one.
That should have been 2 runs there. That had
Really
2
looking
written
too hard
all
at
over
that-
it.
Yeah, that top end, they weren't really looking too hard for it. It's a good shot there from Malapati, and what she's done, she's actually looked for the space where the boundary is. Good fielding as well out there on the boundary. Good calling again from Lassia Malapati as well, and she's run that third. Nika Candanala just trots through, but it was great that she was really trying to maximise. Hadn't gone for the 4. They didn't slow down and just assume that it was going to be a 4. She made sure she was running the entire time, so great work from her there.
And I think that, if my memory serves me correctly, this is the first time we have seen in these T20 matches that a ball would have gone out towards the open field and the batters would have gone for 3.
I think we've had 1-3 one in the run in the 50 over game as well. So I do love a 3. Just generally shows that you're hitting space. You've got the potential option of getting that boundary if you've hit it well enough, and that means that you're just going to be ticking over and also increasing your strike rates, particularly in the T20 game. Great shot from her there. Pushing deep in a crease, playing across the line, but she knew that there was space. There's only one player out on the leg side here. So got inside the line of that ball from Badriaju and gets the boundary. An expensive over from her.
I don't think you're going to see her again. That's what, over number 3 for her.
10 off that over. That was her third over. Yes, that's right.
So I'm pretty much sure the captain must be saying, thank you very much, young lady. You have given us your all up to that point. 54 for 1, 12 overs completed.
Yeah, the comparative score was 57 for 1.
So not too far off.
This is where the East lost a wicket in the next over. And it just started to slow down. So West doing a good job at the moment and keeping up with the comparative run rate.
I like the closeness. 2-3 runs keep them adrift. Beating outside the line of the off stump. So the sun has gone away, left us momentarily. So the deep mid-wicket been asked to, well, yes, no,
Yeah,
pushing
I
her
was just
back
about to say,
out.
good option there from Kadali. Just send her back there. Mahika does tend to play a little squarer. She's got good coverage on the offside now with third long off and a sweeper out there, and that's just one shot. A shot for just one. No, they're going to take the 2. That's fantastic running from these 2. Very, very well done.
I think that they made up their mind very early that they were going to come back for 2 regardless of what happened.
Again, this is where I like them hitting to space. You're hitting to the left and right of fielders on the boundary. We do so often just see the big space in front of us and we just hit straight to the fielder, which is, gives us the 1. But could we be maximising more? Could we be finding more space? How do we get our strike rates up? How are we finding these 2s? How are we finding these boundaries?
You always have to maximize those. Kadali, that's a good comeback delivery outside the line of the off stump. Getting a little encouragement there from Holly Charles, the young lady out of the Spice Island of Grenada.
I'll be looking for 2 here. Malapati sends her back, but I love the intent. I love the fact that they're looking for that. That's fantastic work from both of those two in the middle, and also great defensive fielding as well. Lisa Ramjet, Disha Dhingra, both getting in quickly and chasing that ball down.
Always looking to put pressure on the fielders. $57 for 1. Seemed like that one wicket would have fallen an eternity ago.
A good single there, called through by Mahika Kandanala. Not sure if, once again, Malapati was ready for that single, but it certainly was one, and they made it very, very easy. Ball to come in the Kadali over, and we've got one of our players walking directly in front of the sight screen. A little bit high. Interesting if it's going to be called a no ball. They've gone through for the quick single. Could have been a run out as well. It was all happening. And the umpire's now called it.
Just wanted to make sure.
I think everyone, other than the umpire, then knew that there was going to be a free hit.
Can be very frustrating when the umpire make a call and call it late.
Absolutely. So Malapati just taking guard again. Changed the field just to a 6-3, which is interesting, which it's pretty obvious where this ball is going to be bowled, I think.
And certainly they're showing the intent. Let's see if they carry through it.
Running again. That's fantastic running. Running on the arm from the boundary. I really like the fact that these two have really picked up on that.
So the over comes to an end. So now it begins to get dicey, Julia.
Certainly does.
No.
62 for 1.
Now it's a good time to remind our listeners about our sponsors. The Sisters Mortgage certainly come on board to sponsor this tournament. And I know that you're happy along with the other management of the USA Cricket, the CEOs, etc., etc.
Yeah, very much so. It's great to have such great support from Sister Mortgage in all of the women's programs, the domestic pathway and the national championships, as well as our player of the matches each game. Obviously a sponsor of USA Cricket as well.
Player of the match, I'm pretty much sure that must be a headache for the judges, so to speak, because with so many players performing and performing well, it has a tendency of tinkering with the brain for those who been put into those positions.
Yeah, we've got a 3-2-1 system and a fairly broad group who are obviously each coach is putting in their votes as well as a combined vote from the umpires. So it's fairly a diverse group, which is what we want. Everyone's perspectives on who they believe were the best 3 players in each game. Getting assigned the 3 points if they've been adjudged the best player. Lisa Ramjet just floats that one up. I'm sure that will potentially be a no ball as well, but Mika Kandanala asked the question, but doesn't get given it. Throws her head back.
Ramjet, another player from the Baltimore area.
She is from Baltimore, that's correct.
I think I had a little chat with her yesterday as well.
They've got some good cricket happening for youngsters in that area. They're very much growing it.
Told me that her parents are from Guyana. She was born here in the US of A.
Good shot there from Lasia Malapati. Just cleared that front leg. It's a very stereotypical T20 shot. That one from her. She's really pushing along nicely now.
And once you clear that front leg, you can pretty much say where the ball is going. So Cardinal has been out there from the onset. They're chasing 107 for victory.
A good shot down the ground. Hasn't hit it well enough to be a catching chance to long on.
I think it's going to come. It's just a moment. Time will tell. Because she's tossing them up there. She's teasing the batters. And they're feeding into what she's feeding them. So it's just a moment, just a matter of time before it goes out to long off or long on.
She's made a mess of that, mess of that one.
And Mother Polly seems to enjoy giving us some animation, particularly from this end.
Good highlights package anyway.
But she has batted well thus far.
I just would love to see her, as soon as they see that on that leg stump line, I'd love to see her being pushing across. They've got the two back, well, they've got Sarah Farouk there, sort of a 1.5, but plenty of space between that long on and the deep mid-wicket.
Mid-wicket, yeah.
Plenty of space behind there. So if she'd just be able to get inside it a little more, she'd be able to access that.
And perhaps she can back away and give herself some room, slap it down towards cover. But it's in the air now.
Well, that's the area I wanted her to hit. That's great running. Mahika Cantonale, it's going to be tight, but she's made it easily. As we mentioned, it's not too many that can get it in and cause some headaches from the boundary if you run on the arm. Near the end of the over, another 5 off that.
So
67 for 1.
From 67 for 1 from how many overs?
14. And East at this stage were 66 for 2.
So very close game. Pretty much tight score. Pretty much even Steven at this stage. Seems like Kuma is going to continue from the commentary box end. And she'll be bowling to Mahika Kandanala. So there is no slip. Third man, there's a cover, extra cover. There's a mid-off, mid-on, a backward of square, mid-wicket on the boundary.
So Mahika Cantonale on 21 and Malapati on 31. A loosener there from Annika Kumar.
Kuma. Wide delivery outside the line of the off stump. Drifting away. At least she's getting some encouragement from her captain, who's on a deep long off boundary. Son is back with us.
Nicely played. Cleared the leg nicely. Down to, didn't quite get onto it. Just gets the one. Yeah, good throw there from Ramjet as well. Hits the stumps. But no chance of a run out at that stage.
And it seems to have pretty good arm. Broken the stumps on 2 occasions. Brings Madapala into strike. Kuma, no way to bowl to Madapala. Delivery wide outside line of the off stump. Had a flash at it, missed it too. Well collected by the keeper.
It's a little bit more movement than she was expecting, I think, then. It's a little bit of pop in the pitch. They've used this pitch for all 6 games that we've played so far. It's certainly
Not showing that it is tired.
no, it's held together very nicely.
So I have to commend the ground staff, particularly Milton Taylor. Done an excellent job with that ball. And they're not sucking up too many dot balls, as you've seen in previous matches. So that's a good thing. Tells me that they're listening to the coaches.
Oh, it's the short ball. Misses it. Doesn't carry to the keeper, and probably a little bit of a lazy attempt at trying to stop that from a Tally Pat Wooden. There's one of those ones that you take your eyes off just for a second, being distracted by what the batter's doing. That's gone through for a couple of byes. It's a big hit. Got under it nicely. Won't quite make the boundary, but she's going to get an easy 2 there. Again, opens that face up. Love to see her just flatten that out a little bit and maybe take a little bit of the height off the shot, and hitting through the ball a little bit more likely to be able to hit that boundary.
Well, the track is playing well, it's playing true, so they can pretty much play through the line.
She's hit that straight down the throat of Disha Dingra, and exactly what I was just talking about with regards to getting under that. Just really needs to flatten out that shot. She leans back on the ball, gets right underneath it, hits it a long way, but if there's a fielder out there, they've got plenty of time to be able to get under that, and she's hit that straight down the throat of Disha Dingra. But fantastic innings there from Lassia Malipati. It was very entertaining, and both scoring and non-scoring shots were both entertaining from her. So she finishes on 33, I believe, off 44 deliveries. So pretty good job by her.
Good contribution. She came in at a time when the little master, I would call her, put her team in a very commanding position to win this game. And she pretty much sure getting a round of applause once she gets back to the dressing room. Certainly has a lot of potential.
So it's Sunny Vigella who's come out to replace her. Another youngster with a lot of potential. He's had a couple of good innings. Probably a little unlucky not to get a player in the match in one of the games, but just got trumped by Nadia Grooney, who was on the winning team, who also batted very well. But she's been fantastic, shown a lot of potential with the bat. Still a little few learnings to go with the ball, but she's been excellent this entire tournament. Good athlete.
And that's what you need in the camp.
So we've had the 15th over now, and both teams were both smack bang on 71 for 2. So this could not be tighter coming into the last 5 overs.
I tell you what, either way, whoever wins this game, they can say, well, we have given it our all. We fought the good fight. Roger to continue. That ball was in the air for a long time, very long time. I could have gone to England and come back, and it would still be there.
It was an interesting shot from her for first ball. She's obviously just seen it, forgotten that she's in a new innings today. It was like she'd sort of continued on from yesterday, but Nadia Grooney, valiant effort, just stuck the one hand out. Would have preferred to see her go with the 2 hands, but couldn't get it. And they've managed to run 2 on it. It was so went up that high. Ramjet. Just a plain a miss there from Vigella.
So 75 it is for 2.
Really nice use of the crease there from Vagella. Pushed back just to get inside that. Give yourself a little bit more time and tries to play it out to the space in the field, but Gitika Kadali's quick to the ball, just gets the one.
Candanala comes into strike.
And she's been stumped there, straight down the wicket. Good bowling there from Lisa Ramjet. Very slow bowler, but Mahika Cantanala has just charged straight down the pitch, not gone to the line of the ball, and it's an easy stumping for Mitali Pat Warden. Not sure she's sort of feeling a bit of fatigue out there. It is warm.
This happening all year. I think it's the first time they were seen in the T20s.
Yeah, you may be right. I can't really think of one offhand. Either way, it's a big wicket for the East and may put them slightly on top. The third wicket. They do have a pretty solid lineup in their batting. She's been replaced by Anika Colan, player of the match in the first T20.
So the hard-hitted Candanala comes back to the pavilion.
Candanala, according to my calculations, which don't put your house on it, has finished on 27.
She was pretty much outscored by Madipali, who ended up and got, what, some 31?
Always tough to face Ramjet when you come in first. She's very slow. You've got to really be quite watchful. There's that tendency that you want to come down to and play her like a spinner. But, you've got to get those feet going. First ball, they're usually a little heavier when you get out there, a little bit of nerves.
You can see the ball moving in the air as well.
It's it down the ground. Nadia Greeny moves around for this one and should take it, but she's just missed it. Just grasped it. Probably just didn't quite judge it as well as she would have liked. She's... Chance go there for the East. Could have had them 4 wickets down. And Nika Collin is someone you do not want to be dropping after her performance the other day.
So the over comes to an end.
So after the 16th over, I do have us at 3 for 76, but again, 76 for 3. Again, I could be 77 for 3. There we are. I've just snuck ahead of the East, 77 for 2 at the same stage. Kumar to continue. She's bowled quite well. Not as quite as tight as she has been over the weekend, but still creating some opportunities. A little bit on leg there, nicely played off her leg as Anika Colan. Just for an easy single. So with an opportunity with 2 new batters in at the crease, it's a big opportunity here for East to really try and tighten the screws a little bit. Really put some pressure on them. They've got the 2 square fielders out, which is, again, interesting considering the length that...
Kuma's been bowling.
Yeah, she does tend to bowl a lot fuller.
I would bring the mid-wicket in just a little bit. Want to stop the way down towards cover. Has protection out there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot too from Vagella. Played it nice and late, freed her arms up, cleared the front leg and hit it beautifully out to that square fielder.
Think you're going to see Holly Charles anytime soon?
Well, there's only 3 overs to go, so she's got to come in at some stage, I I don't think she was in for a batting today, even though she did bat at 5. And he faced the 2 balls.
Always a threat out in the field. Can be a batter's worst nightmare to face Holly Charles when she's bowling well.
Yeah, she's been excellent this weekend. Really took advantage of every time she did have the ball.
Is she part of the under 19 setup though?
No, she's 20 years old, or just turning 20, I think, soon. So just a bit too old for the under 19 setup. Good single there from our 2 youngsters, the 2 Bay Area girls. Another single for Asani Vigela.
So after this tournament is completed, what's next?
Just a full toss. This could be a chance here. Oh, nearly got the opportunity to get the run out. And it's a no ball free hit. Full toss over the waist. That was to Annika Collins, or Nika Collins. She would have been happy to take that free hit, but I'm sure Asani Vigela will be very happy knowing that she can free the arms up on this one. Good little away swing. Made some room for herself. They're looking for the 2 here. Anika Collins putting some good pressure on Bhumika Badriaju there. And gets back for the 2. Fantastic running from these 2. Good intent. You could see that she wanted to get there that whole time. Didn't quite hit the ball as well as she would have liked. So sometimes you can take advantage of that. So well done to the youngsters again.
Sometimes you say, I'll take whatever the field gives me until better can come along.
Nice comeback. Vigela's going to take on the captain, and Shabani Basket just has a little fumble, lets him through for another single. Wheels are sort of falling off a little bit here for the East. And that's the end of the 17th over. 9 off that over, so an expensive one. 86 for 3.
Seems like Ramjit is going to continue.
It doesn't look like it's going to be Holly Charles's day.
Maybe she already told the skipper, we have this tied up, no need for me to bowl. It's okay, I need a rest today. I've had my share. I've done extremely well in the past 2 games. Give the youngsters a chance to showcase their talent. Umpire at square leg.
He's given them.
He
Great
raises
work
up.
there from Matali Pat Ward, and she's managed to give it. I was actually going to say, I thought Asani Vigela's bat was in the air when she sort of tried to take off there. She's tried to play the slog sweep, missed it, lost where the ball had gone, was out of her crease and tried to get back in, I think, from up here, which I'm clearly a long way away. But I do tend to agree with the umpire. I thought that was an excellent piece of wicket keeping there from Matali Pat Warden, and Asani Vigela has been stumped. There's your 2 stumpings in the one day.
Yes, indeed, and from the same bowler too. So Ramjit been very successful, and the wicketkeeper was very adamant about her stumping. Went down the track to high five one of her teammates. The umpire at square leg took his time, but in the end raised that dreaded index finger. And as a batter, you don't like to see that dreaded index finger from the umpire. It's the finger of uncertainty.
Well, I think that's the finger of certainty, actually.
For some batters when they're waiting.
So, Shrihasha.
You're looking at the umpire and you are saying to yourself, is he going to raise his finger? Is she going to raise her finger? Yes, no, yes, no. And the bowler is waiting for the same thing as well.
That's down the wicket for one. Just needs to keep ticking it over at this stage. They've got 3 overs, so 18 balls to get 21 runs. So just about singles will win this for them.
And Ramjit is having fun out there. She's toying with them now. 87 for 4. And let me tell you what stumping can do. The batters now realizing that Ramjit has gotten 2 wickets stumped and they're afraid to come out of their creases. And I don't blame them either. 88 for 4. And if I'm wrong, I'm sure Julia will correct me.
Good space there from Shrihasha and fantastic running from Colin. She's really pushing up. Ramjit looks to throw at the keeper's end, but Shrihasha's got back quickly. She may be one of the older players in this team, but she's pretty fit. Gets up and down the wicket very well.
And you need that when you're chasing. It's 90 for 4. And we're into the 18th over.
Well left. That's one of those teasing, tempting ones that Lisa Ramjit puts up there. Do you want to come down and belt it? Good discipline there from Shrihasha. This is down the throat of Nadia Gurney. She won't drop this one. So, just not sure of the tactics there from Shrihasha. I didn't need to really do that. Put a team under just that little bit more pressure. Good field placements from the east there.
And I said it from the very first over, that Ramjit bowl. I said once she continues to toss those deliveries in the air, having the batters looking up as opposed to look down, batters are going to be in trouble. And normally that's what happens. And you saw she got 2 wickets stumped, and this one was caught out in the deep. So, good bowling from Ramjit. Good decision by the captain to bring her on in the end. And I don't think that we're going to see Holly this afternoon.
A good opportunity here for who's moved to cup. He's pretty used to these situations where she's got to stay out in the middle. And in fact, I think these two are both together for the hitting the winning runs in the first game when Anika Colin got the Player of the Match award. Just keen to change ends, which is not a bad thing. Get the set batter in there on strike.
So they actually crossed while the ball was in the air. $91 for 5.
Beautiful shot there, inside out. Got a body into a really good position, but great also work there from Shabani Basker at mid-off. got the ball back quickly, prevented the second run.
So the captain throwing herself around. She's leading from the front, leading by example. 92 it is for 5. We have seen the completion of over number 18. 2 overs left. Julia, I'm waiting on you to tell me which way this is going to go. Is it going to go east or is it going to go west?
Well, I mean, again, I feel that the West should get home on this one. They've only got the 92. What does that make? 14 for a tie. We might even get a super over. So 15 to win this.
I would enjoy that.
15 runs to win the game. 2 overs. So that's 7.5, which at this point, I would think that the batting team should be able to get that. Probably would have been nicer if they'd kept someone like Sindhu Shrihasha out in the middle and just been able to knock it around a little.
Well, let's see what the East will do. 2 overs left.
Kadali back on at this end. Bowled well before. Does have a bit of extra pace though, so may help with getting the ball to the boundary. A deep third, deep cover.
Julia is thinking boundaries.
Nicely played behind the wicket. That's 2 there immediately. Nika Colan. Nicely placed. Just timing the ball nicely, not overhitting it. Plays the ball nice and late. Looks like she has a pretty good plan when she's out there batting. You can sort of see that there's no real panic. The people that tend to find the gaps all the time and are rotating the strike, they know where they're wanting trying to hit balls, and they've got really good, clear plans in their head. You can see there's a little bit of a change in the field now because of exactly that.
Of course. And that's what I was looking for her to do. You got to plug that gap.
Just, again, not sure of this field. Nicely played in front of the wicket. Just see Anika Colan just changing her position on the crease, which I really like. Pushed across with a 6-3 field. She's pushing across. She's trying to get inside the line of the ball and access that leg side, but then was able to adapt with Gitika Kadali also going with her, and just gets the one out to the sweeper on the offside. So good cricket all round there.
All around cricket. Fine leg comes around.
Iftika's only faced the 1 ball so far.
Kadali begins to move in. And went out to bowl to Iftika. The outside line of the awesome. He's going fishing. That ball. 18.3 overs gone. It's coming down to the wire.
Who's Iftika? Just pleading.
We
Thinking that was a wide at that stage.
We just might see Holly Charles. Who knows?
Oh, plays it nicely for the 1. Oh, and Kadali, she's gone hard at the ball. Should have been a run out. She was in a perfect position.
Plays like that will cause the minister to curse on the pulpit on a Sunday. In a decent way, that is. Tells you that not even the ministers, not even the pastors are immune from getting upset at times. Kadali to continue. Must be thinking about that badly missed run out that she should have had. Guiding it away into the covers. They're going for 1. They're going to come back for 2. The return comes in at the non-strikers in. And again, it's all happening here. And it's all Kadali. Julia, do you have anything to say about those 2 badly missed?
No. Well, one positive, again, is she's at the stumps. It's really good to see a fast bowler that's getting back to the stumps and getting themselves in a position. She was, however, and being an Australian, I don't like players being in front of the stumps.
So 2 badly missed here by Kadali. Can't be too hard on the young woman. She's giving her best. But sometimes your best is not good enough. 98 for 5. They're chasing 107 for victory.
What I also like that was that the fielder had the awareness, and I'm not sure, we can't obviously hear what's out in the field, but they've clearly called to throw it at the non-strikers end where Uzma Iftika was running to, the slower of the two batters. Well done again.
Targeting Kadali. Kadali must be saying, give me a break. The over comes to an end. 99 for 5.
Just need the 8 off this last over.
And who's going to bowl? Is it Holly Charles? Is it the captain herself?
Sure, maybe even be Lisa Ramj. She's still got one up her sleeve. She's got the ball in hand.
Stanty Merle at the over.
I'm not sure. There doesn't seem to be a little bit of confusion about what's happening there. She's just going to hand a hat to the captain. So, yeah, it's Lisa Ramjet. Interesting how they're going to play this game. The field, we've still got a 4-5 field. Ramjet just adjusting her field a bit, trying to push Afia Kazi more into a backward point and pushing Holly Charles across from the short fine into a short third.
And this is where it becomes tricky now. Because with 8 runs to get and you're bowling the last over, you don't want to be smacked around and you don't want the winning run to come off you. You want to win this game for your team. And certainly the batters don't want to lose their wickets either.
It's quite an attacking field when they need more than a run of ball. And you really sort of think, oh, this ball's gone up. Lisa Ramjet's called it and she's caught that. That could be the match-winning catch.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Tremendous performance by Ramjet here today. And I don't think that we can say enough about this young woman's performance out in the middle. She came on at a very crucial and delicate situation, and she snapped up, some 4 wickets in her spell thus far? She had 2 stumps, 1 bowled and caught, and 1 was caught out in the long on area. So good performance by her so far. Julia, I'm sorry. I'm losing it.
I need to meet Linda. I'm not sure who she is. She keeps turning up. But anyway, good to see Lisa Ramjet really getting into this game. I was questioning whether that field was too attacking, but Anika Colan had to go over the top, took the pressure shot, and all she could do was sky it to Lisa Ramjet, who held on to a high-pressure chance. Field sort of spread out now. They're bringing back up their sweeper.
Lots of pressure on the incoming batter.
So 8 runs required off 5 balls. Uzma Iftika doesn't really quite get that well enough, but at the same time gets through for the single. That's all right. They just need to keep ticking it over. It's the one. So 7 off 4.
Getting close.
Could be looking at a super over here.
Well might be. And I can't say enough for these T20 games. It brought me to the edge of my seat.
So Chetna Prasad is the new batter.
Ramjet is asking the question.
I'll tell you what, she's probably made a little bit of an error there where she's got herself in the way of a leg side wide ball. I'm trying to play that sweep shot where that extra run, an extra ball could be extremely handy at this stage. So that's just a dot ball, and she's nearly got herself stumped in the process. She can tend to drift off a little bit sometimes. Prasad just sort of gets in her own little world. So good work and quick play there from Pat Warden, thinking she may have wandered out of her crease a little.
Pressure, scoreboard pressure. And is she gone? This time she's gone? Yes, she's walking back.
No, that's no out. But I thought it might have actually been a wide delivery. But hasn't been called by the umpire. This is a magnificent over from Lisa Ramjet. Still 7 runs required just from
The
2 balls now.
Is it 2 balls or 3?
2.
2? I'll give you an extra ball there, Julia. So 2 more legal deliveries left. And some 7 runs.
So immediately I'd be having, they've got the 4, and you need to sit everyone back on the circle, which they've done, which is fantastic. Chetna Prasad hitting down the ground. Uzma Iftikhar needs to get in and out of this crease. They've got to run. Ramjet doesn't miss that. And that is a run out, just the 1 run.
So it's all happening here.
Yeah. They need the Snigdha Paul's next batter in. And they need a 6 to win this game.
Ram has bowled extremely well.
Amazing comeback. Lisa Ramjet has really put the pressure on this Western team, and they've actually thrown away their victory here. They should have absolutely walked to this home. And I know who will be very, very angry. Will be Sindhu Sriharsha, captain of the West. She would have loved to have a clean sweep over the East, plus also throwing her wicket away.
Certainly didn't help the situation, did it?
So last ball, it's got to get a 6 to win. They've got the 2 deep, long on and long off with a mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Last ball of the game, 6 to win. And that's the end of the game, and what an amazing win for the Eastern Conference. West got themselves into a bit of a tangle. Probably deserved to win that game, but in the end, the performance like that. Lisa Ramjet 4 for 18 from her 4. Is that a match-winning? Well, that is a match-winning performance, but is that the player of a match worthy? There's been quite a few performances today, with the 47 off 38 balls from Shabani Basker in their innings for the East. So nice tight series here is exactly what we wanted, and some amazing cricket as well.
And certainly it has been a tremendous competition. In all 3 T20 games, the run rate, the performance by the bowler, and in particular Ramjet at this juncture. And that's why I said early on that the judges who are going to judge man of the match certainly have their work cut out for them. So the East would have won by 4 wickets, and certainly they can go back to the respective place of a board and say that they at least were able to pull back a victory from the West.
So West take out this T20 Series 2-1 and take out the Sistar Mortgage Women's National Championships for 2021 3-2. So we couldn't ask for a closer match. And imagine if we'd had the series, and imagine if we'd had that first game not washed out, it could have potentially come down to the wire of 3-3. So magnificent stuff here from all the players who've participated in it. Really great stuff. And some great performances as well. Some tough selections, no doubt, for the selectors. I've been watching all these games.
I wouldn't want to be a member of the selection panel. It certainly gives me headache looking at the performances here today. And throughout this T20 championship, both East and West played competitive cricket throughout. And the pitchers played superb. One can't give the ground staff they have performed extremely well, prepared the pitch extremely well too. So just a little note, the Blog Talk Radio, the cricket show, celebrating 11 years. The anniversary coming up today. And normally they can be heard from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sundays. You can dial in at 515-605-9850 to be a part of that. You can hear your views. That's the Blog Talk Radio / the cricket show. So the word out in the middle that the East would have won this final T20 championship game. They would have won by 4 wickets.
We're just going to have a slight break in the commentary while we just wait for the presentations to happen for today, which will be streaming live. So just to give us 5 minutes until we have the official presentation starting for the Sistar Mortgage Women's National Championships for 2021.